Drumroll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
To win the group, he needs the bullseye. Oh my word! How has he done that?
Jersey number 122.
Unless he got that from Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Bullseye.
Game Sean the Sick Flair.
There we go, we're going the distance. And
Jensen
how big is
Walker.
this leg now?
Race eliminated from the mix, and to put himself onto 12 points and put himself back above Jensen Walker at the top of the table. And he's going to have a dart at double top to round it off with a ton plus checkout.
This is famous for Luke Humphries winning the World Grand Prix with it. This way. Doing it just like that for a 2-2 scoreline.
Hamilton.
Yeah, I believe it's still there for Andy.
Is this there? It is.
On the fourth leg.
It's exquisite from Graham Hall.
Hughes may have to take advantage of this slender opportunity he's got at a big out to hold his throw and to save his throw. Another one of them. Double 10. What a start. What a flying start for Jamie Hughes.
Jamie Hughes.
A 140 out. Hello, good evening. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. It's the second week's worth of action, and by the end of play this evening, somebody is going to join the wild card, Alex Small, at Champions Week. So big names in action, big name alongside me in the studio, the asset Paul Nicholson. And I suppose the story of this week was all about the likes of Whitlock, Hamilton, Hall, Hughes. Big names in this environment and how they were going to cope.
Very fair indeed. I think with Whitlock being the name as a debutant this week, he performed really, really well, didn't he? But Hamilton coming back as a winner for the first time from the previous series, and Hall coming back after a 2.5-year hiatus after being on the tour. There were questions to ask of these players, and they're all here tonight, so they've answered something, that's for sure.
There's plenty of big names in action, and this is how they got along this week. Simon Whitlock made his long-awaited Super Series debut this week, kicking off Group A. However, he didn't quite get off to the start he wanted with defeat in his opening match. It was Graham Hall who got the better of Whitlock to start week 2 in his first appearance in the live lounge in more than 2 years. A strong opening day for the former tour card holder saw him take the lead following the first day's play. Andy Hamilton clicked into gear on Tuesday, registering just 1 loss, and through some very impressive stuff, including this Taylor-esque 1-3-2 on the ball, he was a real contender for automatic qualification come the start of play on Wednesday. Meanwhile, it was the Wizard who turned it on when he had to, and secured automatic qualification into finals night with this incredible bullseye to bring his Group A campaign to a magical end. In Group C, Jensen Walker got off to an ideal start, winning 4 games on the opening day. The young man put his recent lakeside disappointments behind him. Adam Mould was the only former weekly winner to do battle in Group C this week, but the ADC number 1 seemingly went under the radar. 6 points on the opening day left him firmly in contention. Day 2 saw only 1 loss for Mould and Walker, securing their progression to finals night. A victory for the Intercept in his final game saw him clinch top spot in the group. Group B kicked off a tightly contested opening day with Andy Hamilton leading overnight on legs difference. He is one of 2 players who finished on 6 points following Thursday's action. Graham Hall was the other player on 6 points. He threw ton plus averages in 2 of his 4 opening matches, putting himself in a strong position for qualification. And a couple of wins was enough to qualify Hall and Hamilton, and it was Jamie Hughes who clinched 3rd place. Victory over Ashley Coleman was enough to get him over the line, completing the finals lineup for week 2. So this is how the players got to this particular point. Simon Whitlock won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Then we saw Group C come to a culmination yesterday with Jensen Walker and Adam Mould getting through. In the early hours, Group B came to a close. Andy Hamilton winning the final game against Jamie Hughes. Now the winner would finish top of the group. The loser would finish 3rd. Graham Hall was sandwiched in the middle of that pack. So that is how the week came to a close and how the 6 players have got to this particular point. But the story before dart was thrown was all about Simon Whitlock, how he was going to cope in this building, how he's going to cope in these surroundings. Wasn't the quickest of starts. However, when it mattered, he got what he needed to get.
Just a little bit. Very good performances all days in Group A. He was always there or thereabouts. It looked from the outside like a very experienced way of winning a Group A situation. And I said on Monday and Tuesday that Australian players have got a lot of experience when it comes to round-robin darts. So he hasn't played to this level of round-robin stuff for a long time, but maybe he's dug deep and found that experience very valuable playing Monday to Wednesday, because he needed one shot at the end to get it done, and he managed to find it.
Although he did have to cling on at times, didn't he?
One time in particular, in that brilliant game with Andy Hamilton, this is a shot where if he doesn't hit it, he could well lose, but I still don't know how that has defied gravity. We could have had Isaac Newton on the phone saying, actually, I think I might rethink what happened with the apple. That was strange. But in the end, it was very valuable because it would give him a chance to win the match.
And it was a dramatic game with Andy Hamilton as well. It went all the way and Simon Whitlock pulled off something extraordinary.
To win the group, he needs the bullseye. Oh, my word! How has he done that? An exceptional climax. And Simon Whitlock on debut.
Have you calmed down yet?
Just about. Took a couple of days. It's a great shot, isn't it? You get one chance to win the group, to have 2 days off and to be in your first Saturday. It was a big moment for Simon. He pulled out 2 big moments, in fact, in the last 2 legs. And the smile from Hamilton says it all. He couldn't have done anything more. Well, he did miss a shot to beat Simon Whitlock, but in the end, Simon just had something left, and it showed that those two have still got a really, really good rivalry. A friendly one these days, though.
So Simon Whitlock won Group A. He had a couple of days off. He beat Graham Hall to the post in that particular group. When you analyse his week, it felt like his best stuff has been the best stuff of any player. However, possibly at points there was the odd poor performance that maybe undone him.
Yeah, I think if Graham Hall was a football team, he'd be winning 3-0, 3-1, or even 4-0 most weeks. But once a month, he'll get flattened. Because that's exactly what we've seen. We've seen him lose to Steve Robertson this week when he was flying. He's lost to other people that weren't having a great time of it. Someone like Andreas Nicolaou from Cyprus, for example, who didn't get himself off the bottom of 2 tables. But tonight, that will be accentuated. If he has one bad game, he will not win this title tonight. But if he can have 4 games like we've seen from him at the top level of his stuff, he could fly this.
Maybe the Nottingham Forest of the Super Series. But from Forest to the Potteries and the man from Stoke-on-Trent, Andy Hamilton, who's in such a good vein of form over the last 6 months, looking for a second consecutive weekly title this evening. And it feels like he's playing now the best darts he's played for probably about 2 or 3 years.
Maybe even longer. I think it's the way he feels. That's the most important thing at the minute for Andy. He's got a good headspace. He's got physicality that makes him feel good. And he's using that to be able to practice the way he wants to practice. In times gone by, he's maybe practiced when he shouldn't have, when he's had ailments and issues elsewhere. But the fact is, I think the dartboard's been a source of comfort for him, even when things haven't been cooperating in his life. But now that he's healthy, he's fitter, he's got more clarity, we're starting to see the kind of darts that Andy maybe should have been showing us years ago.
How important is that balance as well? Not just for Andy, but for any player.
It's important for every person, no matter what you do, whether it's darts or not. You've got to have something that, if it doesn't cooperate on the hockey, you can leave and say, it's okay, there are other things in my life that are good. If you go up there and that's all that matters, that can be really dangerous.
So from Andy Hamilton, who won Group B, to Jensen Walker, who won Group C. Look, we asked a couple of questions of Jensen before play got underway on Thursday. We know how talented he is, but he's suffered a couple of setbacks. One here, one at the Lakeside as well in December. But one thing he tends to do is he answers from whatever setback he's had, and his maturity speaks no bounds.
Yeah, I think it's easy for us to say that about someone who is 18 years of age at the minute. If they have a good couple of days, we can say it's a mature way of doing things. But when it comes to Jensen, I think the way he has matured, not just in the last couple of years, but in the last couple of months, that's the most important thing for him right now, because he's had adversity. He lost out here in a Group C situation that hurt him. He lost at Lakeside in the final to Archie Self. When he came here, we thought, well, now we'll figure out how resilient you are. He has used whatever he's learned from those defeats, and he's come back stronger.
Jamie Hughes made his debut here this week. He's got a fair few friends in here, fair few famous friends in here as well. What would be your assessment on the way that he's played over the last couple of days?
I don't think we should judge Jamie Hughes on what he does this week. I think we should maybe look at him in the same sort of way that we looked at Connor Scott at this time last year. I think there are things to sort out with Jamie. It just goes to show we've seen maybe the bottom level of what he can do. There's been a few highlights this week, but as for what he can do longer term, I really do think that if Jamie irons out his issues, because there are a few when it comes to, he's even admitted when it comes to his own feeling in his body, his health, but maybe some injuries as well, which he's trying to iron out. Don't judge him on what he does tonight. If he wins tonight, it's a bonus. But playing well and actually starting the road moving forward is the most important thing for him right now.
Finally, what about Adam Mould?
Danger man. He looks really cool this week. He's been doing some good things. Nobody, because of the company he's in tonight, nobody's talking about Adam Mould. They should be. He's played some stellar stuff this week, make no mistake.
And in matter of fact, in the case of Adam Mould, he's the man that's gone under the radar over the course of the week. Well, the door is definitely open for somebody to win tonight. This is how the stats look for all 6 players that are in action. Now, if you have a look at Graham's numbers, highest overall average, highest average in a game, ton plus checkouts more than anybody else, and more ton plus checkouts than anybody else. But does that paint the full picture as far as his week is concerned?
His numbers compared to everybody else right now, it looks like the Mona Lisa, doesn't it? But the thing is, you've got to peel the colours back to understand what's going on. He's had a few 80 average performances. He's had at least one bad game per day. If he eliminates that tonight, he can definitely win. But the encouraging thing is that he's had more big performances than anyone.
Let's have a look then at the groups that are in play this evening. Group 1 sees Simon Whitlock, Graham Hall and Adam Mould go head-to-head. Jamie Hughes, Jensen Walker, Andy Hamilton in Group 2. I feel like there's 2 groups there where all the 3 players in it will sense an equal opportunity. It's up for interpretation tonight.
Yes, it is. I think it always is, but more so in this scenario because you've got strength from Whitlock, you've got strength from Hall and strength from Mould. That's how I see that. I see that as the stronger of the 2. In Group 2, I genuinely believe that Andy Hamilton is the favourite. Not just because he won in the previous series, but I think what we've spoken about the last couple of days, about keeping those energy reserves, we've seen that. And yesterday, he was just amping up that little bit more electricity. And I think he's ready to go to the next level tonight. He may just need it.
Now, we had a little look at the odds earlier on this evening. We're going to show it to you now. And if the truth be told, we don't agree with this one bit, do we?
I'm not really sure how they've come to this conclusion. Simon Whitlock has played some really good battling darts this week. Graham Hall has been favourite a lot of the week, but he hasn't won a group this week. He's been second in A, he's been second in B, so I just don't understand why the people are in those positions. But sometimes, you and I both know this, Henry, that when they get it wrong, they get it right.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series team. Nico, thank you. We'll see you in the commentary box in a few moments' time. But we are about to get underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it is that man nobody's talking about, Adam Mould, that is in action in the opening game of the evening session. He takes on Simon Whitlock, who has harboured the headlines in his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And earlier on, he has been chartering his progress throughout the course of the week from Monday morning up until his Group A glory on Wednesday afternoon. Let's hear what the Wizard has had to say about his week at the Live Lounge.
Look away!
And does that very, very well.
I felt really good actually. I really enjoyed playing. I enjoyed the company. We had a good bunch of guys there. It was nice playing some old faces and some new faces.
Oh, go and get it quickly!
I needed 80 obviously to stay in the match, and I've done hit the flights, gone in upside down like this and clung on, which was great.
I've never seen Simon Whitlock move that fast.
To take out the 1-2-4, I knew I needed to hit it to win the group, and it went in.
Oh, my word! How has he done that?
Yeah, it was really tough to be fair, like getting up early and getting prepared, and then they're quite long days for me now, like getting old and stuff. But yeah, it was still great fun though.
Of course, your son Mason has played here before you have. Was this a scenario where he could actually give you any advice?
He did actually. He said hit a 9 data, and obviously I'd never even got close. I think it's going to be very tough, whoever's in the group, and it's going to be great with the crowd. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm obviously going to have to play some good darts.
And it's fair to say that Simon Whitlock, amongst many others, has drawn in a sold-out crowd here at the Live Lounge on this Saturday evening. He takes on Adam Mould in the first match of the night. The Wizard, the former European champion, against the ADC World #1. And watching this one in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson has made the journey across to join Chris Murphy in the gantry. Evening, Chris.
Evening, Henry. Evening, everybody. And it's going to be a very good evening here at the Live Lounge, which is why they have all come down to watch the Wizard and friends on a Saturday night. Adam Mould, the first opponent for the former European champion and World Cup winner, 36 years of age. Mould has won, of course, on that Super Series stage before and had an excellent campaign in the ADC Global Championship just before Christmas as well. A great ambassador for that organisation. Does some work behind the scenes as a director in his local area of tournaments and wins plenty of tournaments as well. Calling tonight's tournament is Owen Biggs, a referee.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on!
And Paul, well, you know Simon Whitlock better than most, having partnered him several times at the World Cup. This will be right up his street, won't it? So it's almost literally right up his street. He lives just round the corner. But
59.
To come here and win on debut would be something of a statement.
Yeah, it would be. I think it would lay the groundwork for what he hopes is going to be a very fruitful 2025, because he does have ambitions.
58.
It's not just going to be him coming to Portsmouth to play here. He is going to be playing beyond the United Kingdom at times.
60.
And when you come off the tour these days, there are people who are making plans 12 months in advance, and he is no alien to that.
Yeah, Australian icon, but local legend here in Portsmouth as well.
100.
Will be personally known to plenty of those people in the audience, a capacity audience, for week 2 of Series 10.
60.
He's been very steady this week, just averaged in 15 games, just a tad under 90, which is fine.
59.
Found his best stuff towards the end. There's Whitlock Jr.
Yeah, that 9 darter that he hit. Simon, there's a great video actually on our social media channels of Simon reacting to that 9 dart finish. I decided not to stay there, but he does get as good as a maximum.
He's the king of the maximums this week, per leg. I've got to emphasise that because Andy Hamilton's got the most at 39, but he's played 8 more games than Simon. Simon 34 from 15 games. That's an exquisite ratio. As he looks at tops. What a start! That
Simon Whitlock
is 2 consecutive checkouts of 100 or more on this stage. One on Wednesday afternoon and one to start Saturday night.
And it's 322 cleaned up in 6 starts there from Simon Whitlock. Absolutely sensational. The 174 and the 148. And you know what was particularly impressive and typical of Simon in both of those shots was knowing when to move away, because 9 times out of 10 he would have stayed for the 180. 9 times out of 10 he would have stayed on the treble 20 for the 148. Didn't like the lie of his dart, even though it was in the treble, and was experienced enough to go elsewhere.
Funny that, isn't it? He knew when to move. And he did just that
58.
at the back end of the noughties. He knew when to move from Australia to England to further his career, and he's been here ever since.
Again, switching around.
97.
Trying to locate the trebles. Got in a bit of trouble, didn't he, in the latter days in the PDC because of his darts. He wasn't the only one, but he seemed to be the one that they all blamed for quite aggressive points.
Yeah, he was the scapegoat. There were other people using aggressive points as well. People like Mickey Mansell, Max Hopp, and some others. Even Chris Dobie and Fallon Sherrick were using points. And I think one of the reasons why they picked on Simon is because he was the one who was making them.
Yeah. People talk about Peter Wright as a tungsten tinker man. Well, he just swaps starts. Simon Whitlock will get the tools out and start making adjustments himself.
And one of the features we should do is we take Simon to a mysterious location and ask him, can you make a point out of that?
140. Adam, you require 107.
Well, Adam Mould may need to make a point here because Whitlock's on a nice 90. There will be a dart at a double, just about, double 16.
75.
Not to beat.
Simon, you require 90.
Keen to see where he goes with this. Earlier in the week, he went bull tops. But this is the safe play. Is it the right one? Bull last.
65. Adam, you require
Finds
32.
the perimeter to allow Adam another go to hold his throat. Double 8. Becomes double 4.
24.
Don't think that he can
Simon
afford to miss these kinds of
25.
opportunities. 4 darts missed at double in this leg, and he knows it.
Mould lambasting himself. Simon's fortunate that that didn't drift a little bit to the right to bust the score.
Game shown the second leg.
And look at that. You can see how much he wants it. He wants to do it in front of very close friends and family.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Henry somewhat eloquently put that we do have some famous dart players in the building and maybe some future famous dart players. Not just Mason Whitlock, but Brandon Weaning's here. Son of the great Wayne Weaning. And James Hurrell's here tonight, watching Jamie Hughes.
40.
Simon comes into Saturday night with the best doubles percentage of the week of anybody who's made it here.
180.
And that's what he's been best at this week. When he had 11 on Monday, we thought, okay, that's fairly good. But then he'd hit more on Tuesday. And you don't often have someone hitting, on average, 2 plus 180s per match. That is what he's doing.
Yeah, the 180 in this one alongside the 174 from earlier in the game. Now Adam Mould in on the axe. Just to tap Simon on the shoulder a little bit, but it doesn't get him into finishing range, and Whitlock won't be concerned about that.
Yeah, not at all. He's not going to go for it.
90.
Absolutely the right thing to do. Adam did tap Simon on the shoulder, but with a telescopic hand from too far behind. This is not going according to the plan in Adam's head. Any big victory in your first game, you can put 1 foot in the semi-finals.
Pair of eights.
Game shown the third
A
leg.
hat trick of legs.
Simon Whitlock.
Simon Whitlock, who may well be saving his best stuff
Fourth leg, it's Adam to
for the
throw
finals
first.
night.
Game on.
Highest average of the week was 97.47. He's just a shade under 96 at the moment here.
135.
Do you know what was funny about Monday morning when he was making his debut? I was having a chat with him, and he said, on our live broadcast on Pluto TV,
140.
not used to playing darts this early. Well, maybe playing in the evening is something that agrees with him a little bit more. Because this so far,
140.
based on the numbers you can see, is the best performance of his week.
Yeah, you win 4-0 in match one, you are pretty much in the semi-finals. It would have to go terribly wrong from there, wouldn't it? And it's getting better and better from the Wizard.
He looks inspired. If you win 4-0, the only way you can be eliminated is via a 9-dart shootout.
140.
Fair play to Adam for staying in this fourth leg. You do get the feeling he's going to have to hit the 86 just to survive.
86.
So it's 1 dart, maybe even to stay in the match. It's at the ball, and it's not far
61.
away, but it's far enough away.
You require 81.
There's Andres Nicolau, who was here all week with this pair, but the Wizard, the 81, the 45-36 route that
63.
both he
Adam, you
and his
require
son have hit 9
25.
darters with, couldn't complete it.
I think that double 9 was just a little bit quick.
Game shown the fourth leg. Adam
Game could have been really quick. Could have been done in 8 minutes. But now it
Fifth leg, it's
continues.
Simon to throw first.
That leg could be huge,
Game on.
both for Mould and Whitlock. We said about the 4-0 result that the winner's pretty much through. With every leg you lose, it just adds a little bit of jeopardy, doesn't it? Something that can
40.
go against you later in the evening.
Correct. You go from a marathon format to a sprint format overnight. Or in the case of Simon, after 2 days off.
85.
We saw at the start of the show, and those who watched on Wednesday, he did have a sprint earlier this week, didn't he? Straight down the hockey to retrieve a dangling dart.
I honestly don't remember him moving that fast
45.
in his career. He does live life in a very relaxed way. He's typically Australian in that way of life, and that's a good thing.
58.
Water off a duck's back. But when it comes to a dart dangling from tops, and if he doesn't rush to go and get it, it could have landed on the floor, and he might not even be here.
40.
The last time I saw him run anything like that was when he took out that fabulous 146 in a comeback against Jamie Caven in 2013. I'm not sure he knew where he was running to. Adam Mould, he's starting to get up and running in this game.
58.
Like you said, every leg counts. You've also got Graham Hall in this group.
138.
Based on reputation, you've got to have Whitlock and Hall as favourites to progress to the semi-finals. Adam right now is saying,
140.
don't forget about me.
Adam, you require 40.
And he's got more experience than either on this stage. He's a regular here at the Super Series. And he's got time on his side here as he bids to break and does break.
Adam Mould.
Suddenly, Adam Mould is making a nuisance of himself.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
This place is littered with dart players tonight. Jack Vincent's in the crowd as well.
I think we've got a few that have played here this week. We just saw Andres Nicolau, Steve Robertson's
125.
hung around.
You can't miss Steve. He's about 6.5 foot tall.
Yeah, you'll find him on the balcony, but his feet are actually on the
97.
floor.
Four maximums in this game so far.
140.
2 apiece. Superb atmosphere here. Expectant.
58.
There he is. From Choppington in Northumberland. Tomorrow morning will be a very long drive, but not until he sees who wins this thing.
140.
Well, this one looks like it's going to go the distance now. Whitlock was wonderful for the first 3 legs. Mould has been magnificent for the last 3.
But like you said,
140.
Adam was brilliant in leg 4. He has stopped Whitlock from getting a match start. Can he hit double 9?
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Well, it all comes
Adam
down to
Mould.
1 leg.
7th and final
Simon
leg.
Whitlock doesn't play again until game 5 tonight
Game
when he
on.
faces Graham Hall, the favourite to win the evening. Mould will play Hall before then. If he beats him and manages to get the better of the Wizard here, then that could become a really tasty
100.
shootout.
Yeah, just a little bit. Because Simon has not beaten Graham Hall this week. Even though he won Group
60.
A, the one person he couldn't beat was Graham Hall.
Or is it going to be Whitlock who holds it together here? Found a treble in his first visit. Can't get one in his
57.
second.
Is this game as simple as Mould hit double 9, Simon didn't?
60.
That expression of young Whitlock has changed a little bit. Yes, he's still smiling, but I think he was expecting to have high-fived his
60.
dad by now.
Or maybe talk more throughout the night about Whitlock's journey to professional darts. But he maintains that Mason's a brighter talent at his age than he ever was when he was
81.
a youngster. But right now, it's all about the next minute or 2. Reputations count for nothing.
41.
Adam Mould could not wait to get to the hockey after hearing that call.
Well, this has got to be one of the biggest games that Mouldy's ever played in this building. He's been playing people at this level for 2 years. He hasn't run into too many legends like Simon. This would be a huge scalp. Because he hasn't played Simon here before. They haven't run into each other this week. They've been in different groups.
Well, there's been a real hush now descended across the live lounge. All eyes on the dartboard. Both players
99.
on checkouts.
Simon
Big ones.
Require 143.
Simon's specialty, you could say.
That's what he was known for. It's how he started this game with a 148. Can he end it with a 143?
127.
Wrong bed. Wrong double. Will he be back to hit it again?
Maybe just a little bit of adrenaline in that last dart. Really was a good try, wasn't it? Now Whitlock gets 3 darts if he needs them, just to get the points.
80. Simon Require 16.
Well, you've done it once, Simon. Double 4. Last dart in hand. Delivered to the double. And Whitlock wins. But boy, did he have to work for it. A 3-leg lead disappeared as Mould marched back into the match. Simon Whitlock held his nerve and his throw in the decider to pick up the victory in the first match in Group 1. A little look towards his son Mason in the audience. In the end, Mould actually averaged more than Simon Whitlock. The 148 got the party started, but it became tense as Mould hit back. Almost finished the game with another ton-topping checkout, but eventually managed to cross the line. Andy Hamilton is next on stage, another former world finalist. He takes on Jamie Hughes in Group 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Simon Whitlock went 3-0 to the good against Adam. It looked like it was going to be one-way traffic as far as the Wizard was concerned. But a spirited fight back from Mould saw the game go all the way to a last leg decider, but it'd be the Wizard that would prevail by 4 legs to 3. And so he only needs a win now to book his passage through to the semi-finals a bit later on. And it could be done, actually, by the time he plays his second match. Our second match, though, sees Andy Hamilton in action. The Hammers looking to make it through to back-to-back Champions Weeks here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A very, very rare feat. But he is a man that is made for the big occasion. He's proved it in an illustrious 20-year career. Earlier on this evening, he caught up with Chris Murphy as he gets his campaign underway, and he takes on Jamie Hughes in an all-Group B battle.
Andy, back here at another MODUS Super Series finals night. After winning Group B, just sum up how you felt it's gone for you this week.
Yeah, I think the first 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, pretty solid, pretty good. I think last night got a bit tired eventually in the game, which is, at my age, it's going to happen. But today I've got that right. I've had a good sleep, rested, and tonight I feel pretty fresh again.
This time of year, obviously, we get a lot of new faces at the Super Series, those that are coming off the tour. This week, no different. You and Simon Whitlock had plenty of good battles. That could end up being the final tonight. What's it been like sharing the stage with Simon again?
Oh, it's been amazing. I think Simon, we both give a lot of respect for one another. I've known Simon probably 20 years of my career, same as himself, and just mutual respect. There's always going to be a battle there, and we know what's going to happen. We always give each other a great game, and hopefully we can meet in that final tonight. So let's put his fingers crossed. Yeah,
you've both got big reputations in darts, hence there's a full capacity crowd here this evening. How much will you thrive off that?
Oh, I think the crowd makes you focus more. We need noise. The noise, obviously all the years we've been playing on them big stages, you get used to that noise. The noise makes you more focus, and hopefully tonight we can have a really good night. It's going to be a party out there.
And last time you won here, you kind of said that signalled that you felt you were on your way to getting back to where you used to be. Do you think that journey is continuing in that direction?
Oh, without a doubt, me does. And they've been in a great place at the moment. Past 5-6 years, I've probably been struggling a bit. Now I'm feeling on top of the world. The mind's right. Darts are getting great. I'm enjoying life. And hey, the future's all about darts now for me.
Andy, all the best tonight.
Cheers, Chris. Thank you.
Well, some big names in attendance this evening. There is tour card holder James Hurrell in attendance tonight. He's not too far from where I am in the studio, so I'm only going to say nice things about him. He's watching his pal Yozza in action in our second match of the evening session. He takes on Andy Hamilton, being watched by Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Looking forward to this one. And if it follows suit from the first match, then the audience here are going to be in for a very exciting evening, as are you at home tuning in on Pluto TV. You're very, very welcome. And, well, we've got two more PDC title winners on that stage following Simon Whitlock. Jamie Hughes, of course, a European Tour winner, and Andy Hamilton, who won all manner of titles and almost managed to pick up a big one as well. He was at the deep end of all the big majors, including a world final defeat to Adrian Lewis. Believe it or not now, Paul, 13 years ago.
Yeah, I could have actually played Andy in that tournament. If I'd beaten Kim Hybrex in the last 16, Andy would have been my opponent in the quarters. And he played superbly in that quarterfinal against Kim. He played great to make the final. He's been in 3 major finals. UK Open, the very first Grand Slam of darts in 2007, and that 2012 World Championship at Ali Pali. But that was 13 years ago. Now it's all about trying to get a second weekly title. With Jamie Hughes coming here for the first time, like Whitlock this week. He's only played 2 days leading into this, but they have been 2 consecutive days before this, whereas Whitlock had 2 days off.
Andy to throw first. Game on!
He'll have a bit of support here himself, Andy Hamilton. His partner's family are Southampton based, aren't they? So not too far from here.
Yeah, they're on enemy territory tonight. And they were laughing about that comment a little bit earlier on today. But I think tonight is all about how good
100.
Andy feels.
And there is Team Hamilton, partner Chloe in the back corner there.
When you were speaking to him earlier tonight, Murph,
60.
could you just feel the positivity that resonates from Andy these days because of how he's feeling, how confident he is, and how good his life is at the minute?
Absolutely. I think what's happened, and it's probably a process that Simon Whitlock will go through himself, is he stopped trying to cling on to
28.
former glories and drawn a line and said, I just want to go upward from here. That I'm not trying to be a world finalist and a Premier League player again. I'm going to start at this base where I am now, and suddenly everything feels like an improvement rather than a failure.
140.
Success is not like a rocket ship. It's more like a ladder. It's one step at a time.
And it's understanding where you are and getting the right perspective on it. And he seems to have done that. He used the word fresh and certainly had that feeling that he was very
58.
vibrant, full of life.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start. And he did say that last night's action in Group B, which
41.
did finish around 2 in the morning, that it got a bit tired at the end. And Henry and I speculated at the time that maybe the turnaround of playing in Group B 2 tonight isn't ideal. Now, these 2 players were both in Group B, and Andy
85.
did beat Jamie twice by 4 legs to 2. Easy for me to say that that's going to play a part, but I don't think it will.
Still a big hitter.
180.
Jamie Hughes, we were both there actually when he won that European Tour in Prague in the Czech Republic, and the grouping, the 180 hitting around that time of his career was up there with the best.
He really was playing well. Fresh off the Challenge Tour in 2019.
100.
Winning
Jamie
the first
require
Czech Darts
80.
Open in Prague and qualifying for the World Match Play by winning that event as well. Gaining £25,000 in ranking money.
Well, had to go 25 ball really, having gone wayward, hit a single 5 with Hamilton on a very makeable outshot,
40.
where only one treble is
And
required.
you require 130.
One of quite a few checkouts he's taken out above 100 this week. He's not going to add to his collection just yet.
65. Jamie require 40.
So courtesy of winning Group B, he had the darts in leg 1 in match number 2, but he could relinquish it already.
20.
He's got a get-out
And he
clause.
requires 65.
Well, this has been a leg where Hughes has been in control all throughout, really. But it started to go wrong when he ended up on 75 from 80. Couldn't clean up from there. Andy Hamilton, oh, he doesn't know what's next. 28 it is. I mean, I'm assuming he went that way because he did have an
37.
idea, but also because
Jamie require 20.
a single 11 would have given him an opportunity.
In his career, he might have never gone for double 14 off a 65 checkout. That was a bit unusual.
10.
Missing, isn't he, at the outer
And he
ring?
require
Scoring was
28.
absolutely sublime, really, in this leg from Hughes. He had a 140 and a 180 to get a head start on Hamilton.
There have been some frailties on the doubles the last couple of days for Jamie. At times, Andy's been superb. But not right here. This is a
14.
rusty start from both. Are they feeling the
Jamie
effects of that
require
turnaround
10.
from last night, I wonder?
He's going for double four, having split here, and Hughes
Gage on the
hits.
first
And maybe the leg does end
Jamie
up with its
Hughes.
rightful owner. It is a break for Jamie Hughes, but neither
Second
player
leg, it's
can be feeling as
Jamie to
confident
throw
after the
first.
first leg
Game on.
as they felt before it.
You and I have just been talking about it. The only way is up now. If you have a bad first leg, you draw a line under it and then you focus on what's ahead of you. You don't dwell on what has just happened.
134.
Because we've had Andy Hamilton here a while and Simon Whitlock's new this week, we've probably focused more on the brilliant career that Simon Whitlock had, yet won many more titles than Hamilton over his years, his elongated years in the PDC. But Hamilton
137.
really did wring everything, didn't he, out of his ability. There was a 2 or 3 year spell where he was in the last 8 of every single major.
100.
Yeah, it's one of those lines in sport, isn't it? You don't necessarily have to be the best player. But if you can work harder than anybody, you can go further than some people who are perceived to be better players than you.
83.
You look at the throw, I know you're an analyst of throws. You would never say natural, would you?
No. If you looked at Andy as a silhouette and you didn't know it was
60.
him throwing and you had to identify that throw, it's easy because it's quintessentially him. Very few people in the world throw like Andy Hamilton, if anyone.
Yeah, major finals, as
96.
mentioned. Premier League semi-finals actually lost to Simon Whitlock on a night where a 9-darter was hit by the Wizard at the O2. Played in that Ferrari final as well. Lewis Hamilton at the World Championship.
96.
How long have you been waiting to say that one? He's only been with Ferrari for a week.
We may get Lewis Hamilton here at some point in 2025. Come on, Adrian. We know you want to. You know you want to. What a story that would be. A
137.
very
Jamie
recent
require
two-time world champion on
111.
this stage. Here, though, Hughes looking at 111. Can he put the double trouble from the previous leg behind him?
Double 16.
Game
And he has put the first leg behind him. He's thriving now.
Hughes.
Don't be fooled.
Third leg, it's
First
Andy
game,
to
it was
throw
3-0
first.
Whitlock. Could have been
Game on.
4-0 Whitlock. Turned out to just be 4-3 in the end. And we know the qualities that Andy has. He's dogged. He's tenacious.
Yeah, Whitlock could be through before he plays again.
140.
That will be the scenario if Hall can beat Mould in the game that will follow this one. 4-3 to Adam Mould in that match will make things a little interesting.
81.
Those who are well versed with Saturday nights will know that if every player gets a win in a group by the same scoreline, then it's a 9-dart shootout. And that's something that Andy Hamilton has been involved in before.
Yeah, he was in the very first one
60.
with Lee Shewan and Ryan Finesse.
Yeah, having been involved in one at a different tournament as well. He was in one at the Grand Slam, wasn't he?
Correct.
They don't happen anymore, do they? The Grand Slam? Or have they just not occurred in the last?
No, I think they're going head-to-head record, don't they? And he was actually the first person through that 9-dart shootout as well, because when Ryan Finesse was at the end, he was trying to knock Lee Shewan out.
We've had plenty of 9-dart shootouts at the Super Series on Saturdays. We haven't had a 9-dart finish yet. Is tonight the night in front of a full capacity crowd?
Speak quietly, Murph. It's the Great White Buffalo
85.
of the Super Series, the 9-darter on a Saturday night. You've got to speak quietly about it for it to happen.
Well, if it does happen, I can assure you it won't be quiet
43.
in here. But great order from the audience, as always. Very respectful darts people that enjoy the pilgrimage to Portsmouth.
Yeah, just a bit of a hat tip to the people who did play this week, who didn't qualify, the likes of
45.
Tommy Morris,
And he required
who played 25 games and didn't quite make it. Likes of Steve Robertson and Andreas Nicolau, who are in the audience tonight. Wolfie Martin Adams and Ash Coleman, who didn't make it through Group B. And James Hubbard, who played some very good stuff. And it seemed like everybody played well against him the last couple of days.
And wasn't it the same night? Was it the same night that Whitlock hit the 9-darter against Hamilton that Hubbard won the World Youth Championship?
Yeah, they were practicing together. And they were actually practicing on treble 15 a lot. And it turns out that Whitlock went for that 9-darter on treble 15 with dart 8 because of what had happened in the practice room with James.
It's funny how things sort of come full circle. Can Hamilton take a step towards squaring this matchup? He'll half the deficit if he finds double 8. And he can't find it, and that could spell trouble.
Jamie, you require 32.
Other side, Jamie. And he does find it with dart 3.
Jamie Hughes.
This is a tough situation, one that we've already seen tonight in group number 1 with Whitlock and Mould.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
He's already accomplished one thing. He's got more legs against Hammer in this game than he did in the 2 previous games. Could only get 2 on Thursday and 2 on Friday.
97.
Well, a 4-0 win. We talked about it when Simon Whitlock was in that position. Hughes is cruising, isn't he? So likely to qualify in that scenario. Only a 9-dart shootout could knock him out. Would be literally a leg away, and it wouldn't even have to be a leg that he won. But he is playing again in this group next. 4-0 win here and 1 leg against Jensen Walker, and he would be home and hosed.
And he's going to be so disappointed with the level of play. He's played all week long and been so reliable. In the background, you can see just a little bit of a flicker of emotion, as if to say, why now?
Well, what will be going through Hamilton's mind maybe 10 minutes after he leaves the stage, if it is indeed a 4-0 defeat here, is I hope Jamie Hughes does that to Jensen Walker when they play, because the damage then would be spared, wouldn't it? And it'd just be a straight knockout match between Hamilton and Walker. So while it's almost an ideal scenario for the winner, it's not actually the disaster it seems for the loser. Not at this point anyway.
Well, that's what you really, really want, isn't it? If you have a bad first game.
You require 85.
The person who beats you, you go on, you keep winning.
They might be about to win here. Jamie Hughes wants tops. Hits tops. And he's just making sure that it stayed in as he completed a devastating destruction of the hammer. Andy Hamilton exits the stage sharply. Hughes, who couldn't beat him in their group, gets an emphatic victory on finals night. Hamilton not at the races really in the opener. 6 starts missed at double in it, an average only in the mid-70s for the former world finalist, and Jamie Hughes took full advantage. Plenty of opportunities for him. A nice 111 checkout in there, and he is now just a leg away from booking his place in the semi-finals. Coming next, Graham Hall could get there himself and take Simon Whitlock with him if he can beat Adam Mould.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, a fairly routine victory for Jamie Hughes, getting the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 0. For Andy, who's played so well so far this week, it's a disappointing start to his Saturday evening's worth of action. But for Yuzza, well, unlike the last couple of nights, he's kicked off perfectly here on this Saturday session. Right, to game 3 now, and it sees a return for Adam Mould in action. He lost out to Simon Whitlock by 4 legs to 3 in the opening match of the night. And quite simply put, he has to win. It's knockout from this point onwards for him. Defeat to Graham Hall and he will be going home. But for Graham, well, he's in a perfect position. Effectively, he's got a couple of bites of the chair. If he wins this one, he's through with a game to spare. And the match between him and Simon Whitlock in game 5 will be an effective shootout to see who tops the group. Early on this evening, Chris Murphy caught up with G-Man to talk about his week so far.
Graham, welcome to finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. Just sum up for us how you think it's gone for you this week.
At times, I think I played really well. My game's come out a few times, but I think I've slipped up a few times when I know I shouldn't be. But the last couple of days was definitely tiring. Been a long week and good rest last night, so hopefully feeling better for tonight.
Obviously, we had you before you got the tour card a couple of years on tour. How did that go for you in the PDC?
Yeah, I think it went okay, but in a way I do think it would come a little bit early, but really good experience for myself, and definitely think it's brought on my darts quite a lot really, but I think it's good to be back here and doing things like this and improve my game a little bit more and hopefully get it back soon.
The bookies have certainly agreed that maybe you're a better player now than you were when you were here before. They've had you as favourite all week, favourite again tonight. And in a group with legends like Simon Whitlock and Andy Hamilton, that must make you feel quite proud.
Yeah, definitely. I'll try not to look into it too much because, yeah, it can play on your mind a little bit. But now I've just got to go up there, play my game. I know I've got the game to beat any of them up there, and hopefully my A game comes out tonight.
How pleased were you getting through Group B after coming so close in Group A?
A little bit devastated, but I think I let myself down in a couple of games that I shouldn't have, and I think I took those games a bit lightly, and I should know better really. You can't take anyone that lightly, and I got punished for it.
And just finally, a gear change tonight. Empty room all week, but tonight it's going to be full in there. How much can you sort of feed off the audience this evening?
Yeah, I'm hoping that works in my favour. Hopefully it gives me that bit of adrenaline that I haven't really had this week at times, and yeah, hopefully it gives me the boost I need.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
The Pro Tours are. It's absolutely brutal. One, but you think, oh, best of 11, lots more scope. What's going on here? Oh, that's what's going on. What a
Graham Hall.
Survived the scare. Now, can he find this treble 20? Genius. Bullseye.
Game shot.
It was a one-sided game in the end,
Graham Hall.
but the shot is on. Look at this. It's brilliant. A win against Whitlock again.
Here we go. So for Graham Hall, he can go through with a win here. For Adam Mould, knockout darts begins right here, right now. It's our third match in front of a packed crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yep, Graham Hall has that sort of little buffer because of the defeat. Adam Mould suffered against Simon Whitlock, though I say suffered kind of loosely because he played well. He'll be pleased to have got out 4-3 when he gets a different spin on it, really, having faced the prospect of a 4-0 defeat. And he actually can put himself through if he wins this one 4-2 or better, because he will have 2 points and a positive leg difference. That is always enough to qualify you. Graham Hall, though, can do the job in one match and then shoot out with Simon Whitlock to see who wins the group. That is the family of Graham Hall cheering him on this evening. Will they be smiling come the end of the match?
We're about to find out. Adam can take a lot from his first game, even though he didn't win it. He's put himself into a much better position than if he'd lost heavily, the way that Andy Hamilton just has. And judging by some of the things that Adam's been saying this week, talking about daily intricacies with how many times he has the throw, who he's going to be playing and when, he may know the intricacy of a night like this maybe better than anyone, even though he's only won one weekly title, because he studies the game with a microscope.
.55.
Plenty studying all of the games this evening in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If you're ever in the city, or you just fancy making a trip especially to come and see us, you can do that 22. By booking your tickets. Scan that QR code, it'll take you to dartshop.tv. Tickets for here for a £5 for Saturday nights and various exhibition events around the UK.
Let's not forget as well, we are in North End of Portsmouth, and if you drive here for some entertainment, you can be out of the city in no time. You don't have to go all the way down to South Sea or anything like that. Very accessible.
You can come by ship if you like. Not far from the ferry ports.
$107 left, confirmed by the referee.
85.
And that leaves 50. That's turned out to be a really good 6 starts. There's Jack Vincent, someone who has played here before. Dart players everywhere in the building tonight. Even Jeremy Fagg's here from Australia.
They're ready for
60. Adam, you
the tilt of the title
50.
next week. Double 16 for Mould to hold.
On the first leg, Adam Mould.
I'll tell you what, there's probably a few youngsters
Second
in the
leg,
audience
it's
as well that
Graham
might
to
be
throw
dart
first.
stars of the future, because
Game on.
this city is a hotbed, isn't it, for amateur darting talent and success in academies, etc.
140.
Because of the MODUS Super Series, people are starting to gravitate towards Portsmouth even more. But Hampshire as a county has been a heavyweight for the best part of 50 years.
100.
One of the reasons why this series was put here. Now, Graham has been commuting quite a lot from the West Midlands to Portsmouth this week, which is an interesting call.
100.
Most players, when they come here, they tend to stay over so they can get maximum rest. But Graham's a bit of a home bunny. He likes to be at home.
140.
That might be something he's learned over the course of the last couple of years on the Pro Tour. Being away is not an easy thing for people who love being at home.
Well, we mentioned, of course, Simon Whitlock living close.
68.
He's got that luxury of home comforts.
Yeah, I can't envisage Simon Whitlock going on tour with these guinea pigs.
Well, she's worked it out. The thing is, when you look at the screen, you look away from the camera, don't you?
It's not just the players who know where the cameras are.
Obviously a first
40.
time here.
Adam, you require 122.
Certainly not Adam Mould's first time, and he could be getting a second leg on the spin. Having lost the first 3 of his first match, is he going to win the first 2 of his second, which will likely become the first 3, of course, because he would have the darts in the third, or has Hall got a trick up his sleeve?
His biggest finish this week is 141. Double 18.
135.
He scared it
Adam, you require
after 2
34.
darts, but the third one fairly distant. Adam just
Game
did
on
not
the
hesitate.
second
He was going
leg.
straight for double 17. Didn't even entertain the split.
Third leg, it's Adam
It's
to
a
throw
seldom
first.
seen target,
Game
the
on.
least attempted double on the dartboard.
He's looked really comfortable the last couple of days in Group C.
100.
That was not an easy group to come through. James Hubbard played really well. Tommy Morris was playing well at times. It was a troublesome situation, and Adam looked more comfortable than anybody. Even though he didn't win the group,
45.
he just looked at ease with the situation. And I think that comes off the back of a really good ADC Global campaign.
100.
Even though he didn't win it, because he really wanted to, he was encouraged by how he played.
But he's certainly turned his evening around, hasn't he, despite the defeat to Simon
22.
Whitlock. He's given himself a fighting chance by the scoreline in that one, and now the scoreline in this one. If he carries on holding to the end of the match, he's through. 4-2 or better puts Mould through and puts the pressure on Hall and Whitlock
100.
in the last game of the group. Not quite the luxurious position that Jamie Hughes is in. He only
100.
needs 1 leg in the game he's about to play against Jensen Walker to secure his spot.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the gift of winning a game 4-0. That's something Jamie will learn very soon.
41.
Many a player have started with a big victory. But it's all about putting 2 games together, isn't it? If you start in the first couple of games,
32.
you've got to be reactive
require
if you're in the middle or
106.
to the end, like Graham is. But Adam is being proactive here. 1 good dart, and he will classify that as a bad one.
84.
All in all, though, 76 after 15, and your opponent is not even at the halfway point of the leg. This is the stuff of dreams for
58.
Mouldy.
Adam, you require 76.
And the stuff of nightmares for Graham Hall. I'll tell you why in a moment. Adam
56.
Mould misses a dart to lead 3-0, but if he does lead 3-0 and goes on to win 4-0, Graham Hall would have to beat Simon Whitlock, and he'd have to beat him 4-1 or 4-0.
100. Adam, you require 20.
He's beaten Whitlock 4-1 this week on Wednesday.
Game
And it's
show
getting
the
very
third
close
leg.
to him having to do that again.
Full flag, it's Graham to
Well, he's in
first.
the same position that
Game
Mould
on.
himself was in the first match, and we said at that point really needs to at least win a leg. He ended up winning 3, Adam Mould. Can Graham Hall dig himself out of this hole?
140.
Andy Hamilton couldn't in game 2. He did lose 4-0.
You know how some players, when they speak to us at the start of a Saturday night, they say, this is a totally different tournament to what's gone on the last 5 days. I couldn't agree more. It feels like getting to Saturday night is a tournament in itself.
95.
And then this might as well be something completely different. Shorter format, fans in here, temperature goes up, nerves are a-jangling.
Yeah, no time to
99.
warm to the task because there is jeopardy right from the start of the night.
There's no worse feeling I've heard from some of the players who have dominant
41.
or somewhat cushioned routes to Saturday night. And then Saturday just does not happen. They find themselves out before the semi-finals playing poorly.
98.
Graham has had 6 ton plus averages this week. The best of any other player, 1. Standard-wise, he's been the best. But that only gets you to Saturday night.
140. Adam, you have 164.
It doesn't guarantee anything come the 6th day of the week.
Adam Mould still in a great position, even if he loses this leg.
41.
When any of the next 2 and he's through.
He's going to need, I was going to say stay straight.
27.
And he
Adam,
wasn't
you
able
require
to, and he's starting to
123.
unfold. And the man who could beat him is called Mould. He really hasn't had a good time of it on the bullseye.
Graham, you require 58.
Hall simply has to take this out. Gets 2 darts.
Game
Only
shot
needs
the
1.
fourth leg.
And that will be a big relief for Graham Hall. It may
Fifth leg,
not
it's Adam to throw first.
have an impact on this
Game
match,
on.
but it gives him more outs in the next.
This now feels like the exact opposite of the situation that Mould was in his first game.
28.
Mould was 3-0 down. Now he's 3-0 up, and he's seen his opponent get like 4.
And an opening like that of just 28 offers a little bit of optimism here from Graham Hall, who looks determined to jump all over it.
125.
Someone's popular. He's still playing a good game here, Adam Mould. 93 average. He's restricted Graham Hall to just a couple of shots, the double of which he's hit 1.
Adam hasn't had a ton plus average this week, but he nearly got one in a cracking game with James Hubbard. 99.33. James actually averaged more than him
60.
and still lost. Could be that Mould
59.
is one of those players who maybe has his best days in his 40s. Definitely building up to something as he goes from mid-30s to late 30s. But he's got a lot of drive, a lot of ambition, and he's gaining experience.
43.
Moments like this, they help that experience go in the right way.
$99.
Sensible. You get the 19 there, you leave 220. Then you're 4 darts away from winning the leg. If you get a 20, you're 5 darts away.
180.
Beautiful though from Hall. And he gets the ovation of the Hall. Here's Adam starting to sweat a little now.
60.
Judging by those 3 darts, we'd have to say yes.
Graham, you require 93.
It's probably because you said if Adam wins by 4 legs to 3, that 9-dart shootout is possible.
53.
That will
Adam,
not
you require
happen
160.
if Adam hits this.
Wayward.
60.
But he'll have huge jeopardy in the next leg, wouldn't he?
Graham, you require
Adam Mould, because
40.
4-2 or better gets him through, but a defeat and he's out.
Welcome to Saturday night in Portsmouth. And welcome to a game that is now very much on.
Graham Hall.
Just when you think darts is predictable, it is anything but.
Sick flag, it's Graham
It
to
could
throw
be
first.
a heartbreaking night this
Game
for
on.
Adam Mould. He could have found himself in the same scenario as he was in, but the opposite way around in this match. He's been the man who's trying to fight back and come out on the wrong end of it, and then the one who's protecting a
57.
3-0 lead and may come out on the wrong end of it.
If only we had technology that could read the thoughts
134.
of the man with the blue flights and the blue and black shirt right now, because I guarantee you this, those thoughts would be a little bit frazzled. This is now officially a pressure situation.
A reminder, if Mould wins this leg,
100.
he qualifies.
Any player on a Saturday night would take 2 points
140.
and +1 as a leg difference, because that's the magical formula. He's 227 points away from that. You don't care when you play, who you play, or whether you've got the darts. You just want to have a chance.
140.
I'll tell you who the most relaxed person in the darting universe is right now. Alex Small.
85.
Feet up, watching this, thinking, done my job, I'll see you in April.
And the wild card has earned his place at Champions Week by right. New feature, by the way, for this series on Pluto
60.
TV. We're going to show you the
Adam, you
road
require
to Champions Week for
142.
all of the winners, so watch out for that, especially if you missed Alex Small's success. And it is easy to miss starts from Alex Small, isn't it? He is rapid.
57. Graham, you
Is that
require
enough?
144.
Mr. 153 earlier on double 18. This one's on.
$128.
Well, this
Adam,
is
you
such a
require
big shot, isn't it?
85.
Mould hits it, he's through. Miss it. He could very much be out very soon.
Hasn't had an awful lot of joy on the bullseye this week.
60.
And he clips the ring
Graham, you
to qualify.
require 16.
This is how cutthroat this format is. A dart to go through. And now he will have to win the last leg. And if he does, something else comes into play.
7 from final leg.
There's
It's
the
Adam to
potential.
throw first. Game on.
Of the 9-dart shootout, 4-3 Mould and then 4-3 Hall against Whitlock would do that.
95.
That's a great last start. You got 35 with your first 2 darts and you're thinking, oh no. But then you pluck a treble 20 from your socks. Just imagine if you're Hall right now. 3-0 down, now it's 3-3 and you've started well in leg 7. You now have a chance to put Mould out before he causes any more trouble.
121.
And to take the pressure off his next game. You can see the tension in the arm.
24.
He hasn't been here for 2.5 years. He did play here at the back end of 2022 in the Champions Week
96.
of Series 1. It's now Series 10.
It was a different place then, wasn't it? Very different surroundings. It's continued to evolve under this roof, this rather high ceiling in a former church. Hall's prayers may be answered here.
You can see Adam in the background.
140.
Every time he hits a 60, Graham Hall, he just bows and says, will you please just leave me alone?
Well, Hall's done exactly what Mould did in the first match, which is damage limitation.
125.
But it's Mould that's got the jeopardy here right now, because he's the one that could go out. That can't happen to Hall, even with defeat at this stage. But he's got the chance. It's in his hands.
97.
And it's an easier chance than the one he's already had.
It will be just one dart. A double 16 to stay alive at the Super Series finals night and to keep alive the prospect of a 9-dart shootout to determine Group 1. Simon Whitlock got a 4-3 win against Adam Mould in the exact same fashion that Mould got that one against Hall, leading 3-0, seeing that lead slip, but then crossing the line in the last leg decider. If Graham Hall beats Whitlock by the same score, they'll all return to the stage and throw 9 darts. That's coming up in a couple of games' time, Whitlock versus Hall. But before it, Jamie Hughes, well, he's in a luxurious position, needs just one leg when he takes on Jensen Walker.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up Rondreas, Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Adam Mould was a 4-3 winner against Graham Hall, overcoming his 4-3 loss to Simon Whitlock in his first match. So he's going to wait in the wings and see what happens in Game 5 between Whitlock and Hall. But before that, we're going to see Jensen Walker in action for the first time this season. The 18-year-old interceptor has made it through deep into a Saturday night before, and he's looking to win for the first time under this roof. His first assignment of the evening is Jamie Hughes. He won 4-0 in his opening match, and he's just a leg to qualify his way into the semi-finals a little bit later on. But ahead of the interceptor's first battle, he caught up with Chris Murphy to talk about the week so far.
Jensen, fantastic campaign in Group C this week. Just sum up how you think it went for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I feel it went really well. You know, it was Thursday was high. It was a real big high for me. You know, I felt totally under no pressure at all. You know, Thursday is, you know, lay your ground for Friday. So Thursday went well. I also had a big win against James to start the day off on Friday. You probably noticed, everyone probably noticed on the stream, obviously the nerves kicked in a little bit in the middle 3 games. Performances standard wise was down, managed to still scrap through, but got it through towards the last game and pulled off a good performance in the end. So I'm coming here with good confidence tonight.
It looked like the nerves maybe got to a few players, but you seemed to stay consistent as everybody else dropped off. Is that what got you through in the end?
Maybe. I suppose it's a bit of grit, you know. When I found myself down, I suppose it was pulling out the right shots at the right time. And when you get to this level, it isn't as such sometimes about quality, because everyone in the groups has that level of quality. It's about producing right moments at the right time, because you can play well and come sixth, you can play well and come first. The difference between them two is always timing, in my opinion. So yeah, I think that's what really proved yesterday.
There's some really experienced players in the finals night tonight that have been on the biggest stages, world finals no less, for Simon Whitlock and Andy Hamilton. What kind of sort of feeling does it give you, the prospect of playing those tonight?
Yeah, it's going to be a great test for myself. You know, at the end of the day, I know if I can perform how I did in patches on Thursday and yesterday, I got a good chance tonight. But I'm going in with, I'm not putting pressure on myself. What will be. Just going to go out and enjoy the experience again.
I'll let you go and do that. Good luck.
Thanks very much, mate. Cheers.
Oh, carry on. Absolutely wonderful.
Jensen Walker.
I was about to say, when you're ready, mate.
It's one of those times where there wasn't much else to do but play darts, and wow, what a start.
Well, Jensen Walker's looking to level up, isn't he, at the Live Lounge Reporters. Now, I'm not going to pretend I know anything about video games, because I don't. However, the game for Jamie Hughes is quite simple. One leg, he's into the semi-finals. I can imagine Paul Nicholson being a bit of a Tetris man. Murph, maybe a bit more Pac-Man. Gents?
You're not wrong. I do like a bit of Tetris. Not as much as Ryan Joyce does, someone that Jamie Hughes knows very well. But we have actually had a Pac-Man win on this stage, and Adam Paxton in the last 18 months. He's gone to the Pro Tour. Jensen Walker is back on a Saturday night at the age of 18 to try and impose himself in group number 2, which is led by Jamie Hughes, who only needs one leg to progress, Murph.
Yeah, absolutely. The game is pretty straightforward for him, isn't it? Jamie Hughes just needing that one leg.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
But that can sometimes come with its own pressure, can't it? If you're aware of exactly what you need to do.
Well, let's put it this way.
96.
Jamie might not even know that he only needs one leg because he's never been to a Saturday night before. Secondly, he only averaged 84.68 in his first game with 4 out of 14 on doubles. That was a below par performance, you could say, from what we expect from Yoza.
Is he going to strike immediately and put himself safely through to the semis by winning the opening leg here? A few of his pals have come down to support him this evening, including fellow darter James Hurrell, who has played on this stage but currently plies his trade in the PDC.
Jensen has played better than Jamie this week.
100.
They've both played 2 days, albeit in different groups. Jensen's played 10 games. Jamie's played 8.
70.
When I spoke to young Jensen, I was trying to get a bit of a reaction when I mentioned the names of Whitlock and Hamilton. Hughes, obviously an established player as well. There wasn't a flicker. He's totally unfazed.
Yeah, not bothered. They're just opponents.
27.
That's different to what it was like 20, 30 years ago. You put an 18-year-old kid up against a world finalist.
85.
They'd quiver.
Full focus. A reminder that Hughes is only a leg away from being the first semi-finalist. Not often we're saying that in game 4.
57. Jamie
Troublous there from
120.
Jensen, giving Jamie his first opportunity to be that first semi-finalist.
Has to use all of the hockey for this one. But it's worked out well for Jamie Hughes, whose Shanghai shot shoots him into the semis on his MODUS Super Series debut.
Jensen to throw first. Game.
If he does go on to succeed tonight, all of his pals are going to feel like it's their birthday.
99.
Never mind all of his pals, he'll think all of his birthdays have come at once. Yet to lose a leg on finals night, Jamie Hughes.
Yeah, nothing's come easy for Jamie. He did lose his first couple of games in Group B. But I think the crucial thing was that he recovered by winning his 3rd and 4th. And when it came to Friday, he started with 4 points, which was a solid foundation. And now that foundation has been found in the most important day of the week.
134.
One thing we are going to get tonight, Murph, is a 10th different winner in week 2. Nobody has won week 2 more than once. We've had former champions in the second week of a series like Chaz Barstow. That was in the very first one. He would then be a finalist in Series 4, losing it to Reese Robinson.
100.
Andy Bolton was in successive Week 2 finals in Series 6 and 7, winning Series 6 Week 2, but then losing to Conor
60.
Heenahan in the series after that.
To be honest, I've already forgot the name.
$57.
Jensen's got a double chance here now.
96.
Even if he loses this
Jamie,
game,
you require 132.
he's got a crack at Andy Hamilton in a shootout in Game 6 to get through to the semis. That's only if he loses this game.
Well, you can look as closely as you like, Jamie, but that dart's never going to go in. Jensen Walker gets a chance to level.
25.
Could have done someone some damage.
Jensen, you require
That dart hit the
131.
flight first and then it veered to the board sideways. That's why it fell on the floor.
75. Jamie, you require 107.
Got to try and trim it down with the treble of your choosing. Now that treble must be treble 16.
83. Jensen, you require 56.
And Jensen's doubling this week has been all right at 34%.
36.
And the double that got him through
Jamie
to Saturday
require
night double 10
24.
is narrowly missed, giving Yozza a chance to double his lead with a break of throw.
Double 6 for a 6th straight leg of the evening. Double 3.
21.
Can't find either. And now Walker
Jensen, you require
returns.
20.
Sounds like a movie, doesn't it?
Can he intercept the leg? Well, he's only got, what, half the bed to aim at, if that.
10.
That second dart made that
Jamie
third
require
attempt
3.
terrifying. He may have thrown about 100 darts at that double 10 with those blockers and maybe hit it twice.
But it's kind of similar to the 120 checkout. I know it's only a 3, but
No score.
he's navigating his way around a dart that's standing up. Couldn't do it successfully on that occasion.
Jensen, you require 10.
Maybe Saturday night nerves here from Jensen.
Game
That's how you
show
put it
the
right.
second leg. Jensen Walker.
Well, we can't blame nerves for Jamie Hughes' misses in that leg.
Third leg is Jamie to throw
Why would he be
first.
nervous? He's already
Game.
through.
You can't really mistake him for anybody else these days, even though he has got a beard compared to the last few years. Look at the nickname on the shirt, it's everywhere.
180.
Well, the last leg immediately consigned to the darting dustbin.
96.
No thought of recycling it. And Hughes is hitting big.
Oh, we were dreaming right there. That first dart was a dream.
62.
That weekend that we commentated together in Prague when Jamie Hughes lifted his sole European Tour title, it actually included a 9-darter, didn't it?
80.
By Gerwin Price against our very own Glenn Durrant. Evening, Glenn. Great memories.
Yeah, that was the hottest tournament we've ever been at,
95.
temperature-wise. Never seen anything like it. It was extraordinary.
100.
People were getting
Jamie
ice and it was
require
melting within about 30
164.
seconds.
Yeah, I seem to remember Mervyn King struggled a little bit in the heat that particular weekend. Somebody who we do intend on seeing here soon.
56.
You tease.
Are you going to open up that morning? Notoriously early starter, Mervyn King.
139. Jamie, you require 108.
Well, this treble 19 that he's going for is found. Wow, that was precise.
76.
Didn't even
Jensen,
need
you require 86.
to go for it. He could have gone treble 17.
Well, it's a ball for Walker.
46.
It's a good leave, but may not come back
Jamie,
for it.
require 32.
That bullseye is not being very receptive tonight.
Game show.
But
the
that
third
double
leg.
is,
Jamie Hughes.
Yozza is now leading again.
And let's remind you,
Full
Andy
leg is
Hamilton
Jensen
was
to throw
humbled
first.
4-0 by
Game on.
Hughes in the opening match in this group. He wants Hughes to carry on winning. He can forget about that game then and just play
95.
a straight shootout with Jensen Walker.
Henry and I were talking about the resilience of Jensen over the last couple of days after disappointment at the end of last year
137.
in this building and disappointment at Lakeside at the hands of Archie Self, the boys' world
59.
champion. He's handled it brilliantly. But when you've cracked one thing, the next journey is just around the corner. And that's tonight.
$55.
It's a strange game, this one. Not a great standard.
But there have been some moments, haven't there? That dart at the treble 19, the 120 checkout.
This is very much like the kind of action we had in Group B in the early hours. People knowing that the end was nigh and they wanted to book their spot without any more trouble. Jamie should go for the bull here. 114 scored.
Yeah, 25 leaves the big fish.
116.
Couldn't take the bait.
10 years ago, he wouldn't have done that. He would have gone for the treble 20 first. Maybe left 169 in some cases. Maybe left 170 with a 19 at the end. It just goes to show that Jamie's evolving with the counters at the top of the table.
127.
Yeah, is it not Jamie Hughes
Jensen,
who threw 6 perfect darts but didn't leave a checkout or something like that?
Yeah, he decided to go for a 9-darter, but the wrong way.
Yeah, that was it. He
92.
threw 7 or 8 perfect darts, didn't he? And didn't leave a double.
Yeah, he's actually got his own video on YouTube of his 9-darter miscount. And this is not a miscount. That's just the fact that the dart he wanted was treble 10. He's just missed it. Okay.
We've just missed that as well. To leave that.
Game shot
by hook or by crook.
Jamie
Hughes opens up a 3-1 lead.
I would go so far to say
fifth leg is Jamie
that
to throw
in
first.
televised competition, a 66 checkout has never been hit that way in the history of the sport. You might as well just call him Agent 66 now.
58.
People have had nicknames for sillier things in darts.
Jensen Walker taking a moment here. He's decided he needs a breath, he needs to regroup, regather. He may need to do that
43.
for the next game when he takes on Andy Hamilton, who's now a runner again, isn't he?
He's a very interested spectator, that's for sure.
There'll be a spectacle coming next. Graham Hall against Simon Whitlock.
95.
We shouldn't forget as well that if Jamie Hughes does win this game,
140.
he wins Group 2, and he'll have the throw in the second semi-final. That's quite a gap between this game and the next one, if that is the case.
60.
That would be a 3-game break. That's going to be over an hour.
Yeah, having alternated games tonight. Game 2 and Game 4. Won't be back until Game 8 for the chance to play Game 9.
Everybody wants to be part of that one. Game 104 for the week.
96.
This one is getting away from Jensen.
59.
Even though he gets to the finish first, most dart players would prefer to have 192 and have the throw first. He's crushing the score, but he will be disappointed with only a ton.
Jensen, you require 160.
Having said that,
140.
Just a reminder of what he can do.
Jamie, you require
What Jamie
92.
Hughes can do here is force him into that straight shootout with the hammer. Can Hughes hammer in the finish?
his eyes go northeast, and he needs another one.
Game shot.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful double-double from Jamie Hughes to complete a comprehensive victory, not just in the match, but in the group. For the loss of just one leg, Jamie Hughes has topped Group 2 with back-to-back wins, 4-0 over Hamilton, 4-1 over Walker. Hughes leaves the stage a happy man, and he books his place in the semi-finals convincingly. Jensen Walker will be back for a straight shootout against Andy Hamilton, and that's pretty much what we've got in the game that follows. Graham Hall against Simon Whitlock, although Adam Mould still very, very interested in that one as well. Stay tuned, it could get quite dramatic.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Simon Whitlock getting himself ready for battle here at the MODUS Super Series. This is what we've seen so far. We've actually seen the Wizard in the winner's enclosure. He beat Adam Mould 4-3 in the opening match. And in fact, if Game 5 of our night goes 4-3 in the direction of Graham Hall, then we will have a 9-dart shootout in Group 1. Well, so Jamie Hughes, well, he's made light passage through to the semi-final. He's dropped just one leg in his opening couple of matches, and it means the game between Jensen Walker and Andy Hamilton is going to be a straight shootout. So we are going to see Whitlock and Hall go toe-to-toe. Adam Mould winning that game by 4 legs to 3 in the middle match means that Graham has to win this encounter. For Whitlock, if he can win by a couple of legs, then he'll be good. But a 4-3 win for Graham Hall will ensure there is a 9-dart shootout. In commentary, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. And as mentioned, Adam Mould, a very interested spectator in the background. What a turnaround he's had, really, from being 3-0 down to Simon Whitlock in his opening match of the night to now knowing that only a 9-dart shootout can send Mould home. He will take second position with any other result, and the winner of this match would top the table. Simon Whitlock If he wins, it would top it, of course, by virtue of 2 wins. If Hall can win 4-2 or better, then he'd do it on leg difference with Whitlock bowing out. So plenty of jeopardy, plenty of drama, and they'll need plenty of strength to get the victory in this game. But will it be the same old story from the week, which adds another element, Paul, doesn't it? Or will Simon Whitlock's experience shine through and finally get a victory over Graham Hall?
Let's face it, when it came to Group A, statistically, Graham was the best player. But now Graham has a chance to get rid of Simon before the semi-finals.
123.
That 80 check out, the 1-2-4 in the bull, that's what won Whitlock Group A at Hall's expense.
133.
I praised him for switching in the first match of the night, but I don't think that his darts are behaving as he would like, because he's switching an awful lot.
That's correct. Monday morning he played his first 2 games with yellow flights with attached stems, like he's using tonight. He quickly went to white.
100.
He used them the entire Group A after that. I don't know if these ones are different structurally.
The dart may be just dropping a little bit as it enters the board, meaning Whitlock doesn't want to disturb it. He's not getting the angle that he likes to use. So he's quite often switching away when he's got a dart in the treble. Or maybe when he's not. But that's more mathematics, isn't it, than anything else?
I think that's the kind of dart that he doesn't want to happen. It's where the dart in the board catches the dart in flight and says, you're not landing here. And even though he's probably not happy with his scoring here tonight, he's still got 2 180s in his first game.
58.
G-Man against the Wizard. You've commentated on it 3 times already. Have you used the phrase G-Wiz yet, Paul?
No, I thought you'd want it for Saturday night.
Graham,
I was going more along the lines of G-Man, the master of the universe.
Well, can he master the 160? So Whitlock will get a look at the 112 to break in the opening leg. Played 3 times this week. Hall's won all of them. If he wins this one,
60.
and he could send Simon home if he wins it by a leg, as we've been saying, then it'll all be back on stage. These 2 and Adam Mould for a 9-dart shootout.
60. Graham, you require 100.
Graham's biggest finish in his previous game was 58. He's got to step up and find another. Pure, as you like. No collisions needed. Round number 1 goes to Hall.
Simon to throw first.
Well, the last 2 checkouts we've seen on the stage have been double-double finishes. Jamie Hughes did it to complete the 92 in the last leg of his 4-1 win against Jensen Walker. That was 2 double 18s. Hall gets 2 tops to kick off this one.
Winning on a Saturday night is not a gimme. Just ask Neil Duff.
83.
It took him a while to figure it out, but when he did, he kept doing it.
Robert Thornton is another example who kept getting through and couldn't win. And in fact does have a win now, of course, a double trouble week. Double start tournament, which we are going to see again in the middle of this series.
And Martin Adams has never won a week in Portsmouth. You don't just hand out the medals. You've got to earn them.
180.
Ben Durrant's never won a match.
I'm so glad you said that.
150.
Graham Hall, actually he did when he had a partner at the Influencers event. Graham Hall here, though, has put himself in a strong position to carry on this trend, this winning streak. Does it count for something? We speak about head-to-heads, Paul, and I'm sure you've known over your career, but when those 3 meetings have been in that week, surely there is something in it.
Yeah, there has to be. They've had a couple of 4-3 battles. First game of the week. It was these two. It was a great game.
44.
Simon missed 3 darts to win the match.
98.
Last game of Tuesday, Graham again won 4-3. It was more comprehensive on Wednesday when Graham won 4-1. Maybe Graham Hall prefers to play Simon than anybody else.
74.
And he's going to be back for double 12 and a 2-0 lead.
Well, that's a bit of brilliance from the Wizard.
133.
Does it do
Graham, you
enough
require
to
24.
rattle the cage of his opponent?
Game shown the second.
It does
leg.
not.
Graham Hall.
Firmly advantage Hall. And the Australian contingent at the
Two-legged
front of the
Graham to
audience,
throw first.
they're worried.
Game on.
Whitlock himself may be worrying a little here. He knows the story when he's played Graham Hall this week. And
93.
how his night has unravelled from leading 3-0 in his first match. He did go on to win that game, but could be heading home after this.
127.
Even then, he's having to switch. He's definitely not happy with the darts reactions on the board.
And I think he rushed the last dart because he thought, well, he might even fall out. So I'm just going to have to throw this quickly and go and retrieve it.
123.
Sure, Adam Mould is really enjoying this one right now. He wants someone to win by a margin.
134.
Not only that, but Adam Mould's followers. Apparently, everybody at Bledlow Village Cricket Club is watching live on Pluto TV tonight from their cricket club. Hello to everybody tuning in.
46.
Well, both games in this group so far have involved a player going 3-0 up, and both of those games have finished 4-3. Surely we're not going to see the same thing again.
You can't ask for much more in a group situation than this.
A break here for Whitlock and things start looking good again.
But that is really good.
Simon, you require
He's better off than
140.
Simon. All he can do is leave tops now. And that's exactly what he does.
Graham, you
This would
require
be
102.
masterful if he was to find this.
Whitlock waiting on tops. Now, what does he do here? He decided to stay on that target, even though it would have left an unorthodox double. He felt he could
50.
use the marker.
Simon,
He
you
couldn't.
require 40.
Can Whitlock hit back here?
Now it's double 10.
20.
He will feel like he threw 3 poor darts there.
Graham, you require 52.
It's easy to let dart 1 infect the next 2. Second one was a miss. He was trying to leave double 16. And that's what Graham has for a 3-0 lead.
$36. Simon, you require 20.
Tension. Drama.
Game shown the
Simon
third
Whitlock
leg.
holds his nerve.
Simon Whitlock. Full flag, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
First performance from Simon was brilliant from the gate. He's had a long wait until game number 5. This so far is a little bit erratic. And in these sprint format matches, which you don't get many of on a Saturday night,
78.
if there's a problem, you've got to figure out what the problem is quickly.
$58.
Firmly advantage Hall again. No trebles at the start of leg 4.
$100.
Interesting reaction there from Graham about dart 3.
Come away.
99.
Match is in a decent enough position again for Whitlock here. Maybe losing it, but the 9-dart shootout for him is an insurance policy, isn't it?
Yeah, get to 3 legs. That ensures that he will get that
140.
minimum. But he said that Jamie Hughes had a different kind of pressure, knowing that he just needed 1 leg.
96.
Simon's never been here on a Saturday night in this situation before. And Graham hasn't even been in this building for 2.5 years until Monday. This is a new experience for both of them.
93.
We still have the prospect that one of them bows out. We still have the prospect that both of them go through. That can only happen through a 9-dart shootout. I think the rest of the field would prefer one to go out.
Oh, that's a great 140 though.
Graham, you require 90.
Yeah, maybe forces Graham Hall into the safe route here. Double 15, can't come inside. Does go inside.
No
Oh,
score.
no. He could not do
Simon, you
that. He didn't even
require
aim the last
80.
dart. That could be the thing that turns this entire table. Oh, wow. What a time to do
Game
that.
shot the 4 flag. Simon Whitlock.
That's like throwing a kilo of salt in the wound.
And it's basically saying to Graham Hall, anything you can do, I can do.
5th leg, it's Graham.
Because he had 2 tops in the very first leg of the
Game.
match.
A little bit of levity there for the Wizard.
Yeah, got a foothold in the game, but not on the stage.
100.
This fixture this week, it just hasn't disappointed at all. He's going to have to move, is he? Eventually.
137.
Seems to be putting something together, though.
Yeah, to good effect. I think he's throwing a little bit firmer.
It's a good point, that, Chris, because when you're in the middle of a game and you know something's not working, can you fix
64.
the situation on the fly? You might not have something in your case where you can change the equipment, but you can change what you do. Throw a little bit firmer, a little bit lighter, a bit higher, a bit lower.
54.
Change your foot position maybe to allow something to create that little bit of levity or that little bit of class. Win this leg or the next, Whitlock is assured
100.
of the 9-dart shootout. He can attack that. He can throw these really hard,
100.
but not hard enough.
Opening for Graham Hall. This is only to hang on to his throw. If he loses this leg, Whitlock's in a premium position.
100.
You think about Simon's week, 89.81 average. First game tonight, 89.57. This game, 89.3.
58.
Hall himself at a very similar standard
Graham,
in
you
this
require
one.
137.
Both players on huge checkouts. Andreas Nicolaou has been on the wrong end of defeats to both of these players. 77 remaining. Could look at treble 15. That was the thinking. Now, a lot of people think there's only one way to take out 152. Has the Wizard got a different trick up his sleeve?
There are many routes.
85.
251's bull,
Simon, you require
2 treble 19's
152.
double 19.
And that is what he went for. And I think the thinking there is that I've got to take it, so I might as well go
89.
for a shot where they're all in the same area.
Graham, you
It's a very
require
Keegan Brown thing to
52.
do, that 152. But now, What can Hall do on 52? Biggest start of the match.
20.
It's not there. I think most people did a double take on that one, and now Whitlock
63.
with 63 can ensure a 9-dart shootout minimum.
Well, that's not gone to plan. He can save it though. He was looking for the 25, he hit the ball, but then he bailed himself out with the remainder. And Simon Whitlock does indeed ensure that he will be on the stage again tonight. Whether that's in a 9-dart shootout or whether that's in the semi-finals, we'll know after a leg or two.
You might be sitting at home thinking, what is he doing on 63? Well, actually, think about it this way as he starts leg 6 with a max. What a time to get your first one. When you're on 61, you go for 25. You're trying to get 2 darts at double. On 63, you're trying to do exactly the same. But just on double 19, it makes a lot of sense.
Whitlock win and Hall's heading home. Simon tops the group, plays in the first semi-final. Adam Mould would take on Jamie Hughes in the second.
134.
And it's going great now all of a sudden for the Aussie.
Oh, how things have turned. Misses from Hall, hits from Whitlock.
139.
Hasn't beaten him all week.
How many times does it happen? In the first 5 days of the week, you don't beat someone, then you get them again on a Saturday and you get them back.
93.
Well, the big memorable one was actually replayed at the World Masters last night, wasn't it? Luke Littler and Andy Bartons. Andy Bartons here beating Luke Littler every day in their Group A campaign. Littler smashing him 4-0 in the final. Hall is not done yet. Or is he?
94.
Whitlock has the answer to that.
To win the group. Double 19. Needed it twice.
78.
But he leaves himself very handily placed if Graham can't find 106. He's missed shots in the last 2 legs.
It's an awkward one as well, 106. Pretty much anywhere you go, you're not going to leave a finish if you're wayward with the first start. Like that.
42.
And he believes that's that.
Simon Iroquois, 16.
Whitlock has been brilliant on doubles in this match. 50% is very, very good indeed. One more needed.
Struggled all week against this opponent. But Simon Whitlock finally gets the better of Graham Hall, and in doing so, eliminates Hall from finals night, despite him being the favourite before the week, before the night. Whitlock finally ends the hoodoo against Hall and books his place in the semi-finals as a Group 1 winner. Adam Mould also goes through as a result, and the Wizard of Oz is a very, very happy man. Big smile on the bearded face of Simon Whitlock as he exits the stage. A 4-2 victory against Graham Hall sees him through. And coming next, we will find out who will be the final semi-finalists as Jensen Walker and Andy Hamilton face off in a straight fight for the Final Four.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series in front of a packed crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Simon Whitlock book his passage through to the semi-finals, getting the better of Graham Hall by 4 legs to. We're going to see him at the World Seniors Championship, and we're also going to see Richie Burnett there. He's just booked his passage through the Prince of Wales. That's just broken the last few minutes. Andy Hamilton isn't at those qualifiers, but he's looking to qualify for Champions Week. But he was off to a disastrous start. A 4-0 loss to Jamie Hughes in his first match means he's got it all to do. However, the good news is Jamie Hughes battered Jensen Walker just as badly. So this is a straight shootout to see who is going to have second position in this group. Right, let's hand over to comms, to Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Doesn't matter at all, does it, Henry? Absolutely right. It's now effectively a quarter-final game, this. Andy Hamilton and Jensen Walker will play. Whoever wins will go through to take on Simon Whitlock in the very next game. Whitlock waiting, having beaten Graham Hall 4-2 with a really good end to that match, actually, from the Wizard. Managed to really refocus and recompose to get over the line in that game against an opponent who he hadn't beaten before this week in 3 attempts. Now Andy Hamilton hoping experience wins today after a horrendous experience in his first match when he lost 4-0 to Jamie Hughes. But Jensen Walker didn't fare much better, only got 1 leg off Yoza. Winner goes through to face Whitlock. But who will it be? Let's see in this race to 4.
For Simon, it would be a very familiar opponent, or maybe a new challenge. Play someone around about your age, or someone who's nearly 40 years younger.
First leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
First meeting of the week between Jensen Walker and Andy Hamilton. And if you're Jensen right now, this is a situation
81.
that maybe he's only ever dreamed of. In order to win the title tonight, he might have to go through Hamilton, Whitlock, then Jamie Hughes. I'm not discounting Adam Mould at all. I'm just trying to say what is possible.
96.
The 3 people who have won on the PDC Pro Tour, they might all be standing in his way. Can you imagine if he was to do that?
Yeah.
What kind of headlines
100.
that would create in the next few hours?
Bright young star. He's going to make a name for himself tonight. Both players with a little bit of support. In fact, I think one of the reasons why it's sold out this evening is because every single
60.
player has brought a little fan club with them, haven't they?
That's more like it.
180.
In his first game, he didn't play that well. He didn't get a maximum, so he's already fixed that.
I think that was Team Walker that we just saw there.
$100. Jensen, you require
See the urgency
140.
on Hammer's face. But his opponent has started quickly.
124.
Well, double-double has been the order of the evening, but Jensen Walker played it rather sensibly there with Andy Hamilton way back on 2-4-5.
It's absolutely the right thing to do. We've seen some people this week go for double-double when they don't need to.
34. Jensen, you require 16. Game shown the first leg.
I think the double-double that
Jensen Walker.
Simon Whitlock hit against Hall, the two tops with 3 darts in hand, was something of a
Second
power
it's
play.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's not a phrase we tend to use in darts too much. It's more used in ice hockey, isn't it? But I have to agree with you. It was imposing. It was sending a message. There's no defense in this game, but there are different levels of offense.
59.
I think that double top shot from Whitlock was the equivalent of Saquon Barkley for the Philadelphia Eagles doing a backwards hop over a defensive lineman, which is probably the most impressive offensive player in world sport in the last 12 months.
I've heard that our former 2-time champion Luke Littler has been pretty offensive this evening, hasn't he?
40.
Just a little bit, taking out the former Masters champion James Wade to 0.
Yeah, in 4 straight sets, in 8 straight legs, without giving James Wade a double.
$139.
Yeah, that's more like it from Andy. Really good board management as well. He wouldn't mind getting 4 legs in a row from here.
44. Andy, you require 167.
167 doesn't have to go. If it does go, I think we'll hear the hammer roar.
We haven't seen one or heard one this week. Oh, that's a great miss.
We heard the hammer instead. But he'll be happy enough with the remainder, won't he, as you were saying?
Look at the smile.
134.
He knows
Andy,
that he
you
went for the
require
bull, but he had the
32.
best possible miss.
And he can open up the angle here. That's why he stepped across a little bit. Now, is that usable?
Let's find out.
No score. Jensen, you require 124.
Well, he's been on the wrong side of a 1-2-4 already this week, hasn't he, Andy Hamilton? Treble 18 here for Walker. Not going to go.
Andy wasn't even looking.
92.
He's had
Andy,
3
you
sighters
require
at double 16.
32.
This time, he's got to hit the target. Can he use that marker?
Game shown the second
First time
leg.
it's been heard all
Andy
week.
Hamilton.
And they heard that in Southampton.
And I'm not sure if he
Third
let
leg
that
is
roar out because he
Jensen to
heard
throw
them a
first.
little bit as well there.
Game on.
It was just an unfortunate timing of some laughter. Someone should have delayed the punchline a little bit. Andy Hamilton hit back rather loudly.
What's crucial right now, and he will know this more than anybody, is that when you
58.
do that, your body chemistry changes. And in a short format knockout match like this, you've got to feel comfortable. He might be going to another level of adrenaline now.
137.
And it might suit him.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have the best of order when the players are throwing, please?
Yeah, I thought that may be coming. A few have just started conversing at inopportune times.
43.
Well, that's the dart that Andy's been searching for all night long. Just hit the flights. Because his 180 shooting this week has been really, really good. He's actually got the most of any player.
58.
This is his 25th match. And if he does get through this one, he can possibly break the 40 mark for the week in 180s.
$54. 100.
Things seem to have changed in this game.
And he require 130.
Yeah, Hamilton's becoming, well, imposing himself, isn't he? Not just following that vociferous roar, but the results he's getting on the dartboard as well. No need to go for a single 20 or the ball after it because
90.
Walker's not on a checkout.
What I'm happy to see there, Murph, is him aiming that third dart, giving it full due diligence. Because in times over the last couple of years, he's thrown that last dart without aiming. He hits it predominantly, but he's giving every dart the care and attention it needs. And he's 2-1 up with a 13 darter. Things are changing.
But he's still up for it. Still letting Jensen Walker know.
Andy to throw first.
And you just get the sense, despite what he said, despite what we said about him, that Jensen Walker has had that sort of air of a boy in a man's world tonight.
In a sport where a lot of men are in a boy's world.
36.
Too true.
And it could be said on the other side of the game as well. A lot of women have been in a girl's world.
134.
And that girl is beating men and boys. On the Challenge Tour this year, Bo Greaves has been unbelievable.
Although not today. Beaten in the semi-finals of the Dutch Open by our very own Women's Week champion at the Super Series, Ryan O'Sullivan, who won the first Women's Week here, of which Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrick were part.
118.
Who said darts was predictable? Someone might have said it, but they were wrong.
Well, to be fair, the audience have responded to the instructions of the referee Owen Binks. I think it was just a reminder, wasn't it, to not shout out while the players are actually throwing. No problem with noise and celebrations in between throws. That's fine. That's what we want.
This is what Andy wants.
140.
If you look at Jensen's average, 3.5 legs in, you'll be thinking, okay, this is a totally different ball game.
100.
He's averaging nearly 103.
Good response from Walker.
42.
A lot of
Jensen,
that power
you're
scoring
87.
has come in this leg. 134, 180, 100 to leave this 87.
Game shown the fourth leg. Jensen Walker.
And he's proving he can mix it with his experienced aces.
Fifth leg, it's
That's the best leg of the
Jensen
night,
to
isn't
throw
it?
first.
11 darter from Jensen. That was
Game
blistering.
on.
That's a guide of what's happened in the first 4 legs. It's not an indication of what we're about to see.
100.
This might as well just be a best of 3 leg match. It's one World Masters set to see who goes through to play Simon Whitlock. And I have to say, I think Whitlock's got a massive advantage here. He's going to have the darts in the first semi-final. He's going to be up against an opponent who's going to be
81.
feeling the stress in the 30 minutes leading up to that match as well.
And the experience of doing this kind of thing before. The closest is probably European Tour Sunday, isn't it, for players who have to play the quarters, semis and final in the same evening, having played the last 16 earlier that day.
80.
Whitlock will know how to win a game and then start preparing for the next one.
With that in mind, is it a coincidence that the 2 people who
42.
have won a European Tour event in their career have won their groups tonight? Whitlock, 2012 Dutch Masters, 2019 Czech Darts Open, Jamie Hughes. They will have the throw in both of their semis.
81.
Could well meet in the final. And that point would become more pertinent.
60.
Will Andy Hamilton throw his hat into the ring? Or is Jensen Walker going to go through at the expense of the former world finalist?
It does feel like this game's had about 3 or 4 different turns already.
$95.
They are following each other all of a sudden. Barely anything between them.
And it's become a bit stop-start, the game as well, hasn't it?
140.
We've got 2 different technicians here. We've got 2 different paces. Jensen likes to get on with it like most young players do these days. Andy's very methodical. He's not going to be rushed for anybody. He'd like to leave 66.
100.
Well, just a little disturbance in the audience. I think someone's just been removed for being slightly overexcited. It was while the player was throwing darts. All smiles on the stage between Hamilton and Walker. I think majority vote wins, Paul.
I'd have to agree. Takes a very brave person to put Andy Hamilton off.
Jensen, you require 78.
Single 20 for tops and the lead.
58.
Just underneath.
And you require 106.
So 106 for Hamilton.
Well, there's that dart, isn't it?
51.
The one that he doesn't aim.
Jensen,
He thinks
you
the leg is
require
over.
20.
Double 5.
Game
Crucial
shot
double.
the fifth
And
leg.
Jensen takes the
Jensen
lead.
Walker.
Very topsy-turvy. He's showing a great deal of maturity here as
Looks like
Jensen,
it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
in very difficult circumstances over the last 15 minutes.
$82. $81.
One thing we know about Andy is he won't give up.
125.
Did have a bit of shoulder in it, just showing the tension a little bit, even with all of his experience. You know how much he wants to get back-to-back titles.
45.
A winner in Series 9 to end his 2024 on a high. He went to Champions Week and didn't feel great that week, hence he didn't play his best. And he wants to get back to Champions Week in April to have a better crack at it.
96.
Considering how many times we've seen 4-3s this week, Tommy Morris probably doesn't want to talk about 4-3s. Oh, but it would be very fitting if we did have one in this last group match.
That makes it just a little less likely, though, doesn't it? Getting back into this leg. He looks out of it.
That's a great dart.
100.
Even if he loses that match, when you're still doing that under pressure, that shows greatness. But this checkout would be even better. Huge pressure on Andy Hamilton now.
98.
This is not to win the match, it's just to stay in it.
Game shot
Wow.
for Sick Flair.
He does stay in it.
Andy Hamilton. Seventh and final leg is Jensen.
It honestly
to throw
felt
first. Game on.
like Andy was saying, that's the kind of checkout the big boys do. That has got to be one of the best checkouts of this series so far. We could have had a 9-dart shootout,
26.
but we do have a 1-leg shootout. Someone leaves, someone stays. Someone switches.
31.
Second time he's done that in 3 visits.
A disastrous start from Andy Hamilton can only be repaired with a maximum. Can only be repaired with a full house. And he's got one.
180.
What a game. Andy averaging 90 for pretty much all of it, and Jensen on 99 is wondering, how do I get rid of this guy?
100.
You might do so with a 170 checkout. We haven't had one all week long.
$61. Jensen, you require
Is it a key thing
170.
that Jensen has had the darts in this match? Another one. Does he want it? That is so mature.
138.
Beyond his years. Incredible. Wasn't even tempted.
Yeah, fair play. Well, after a shaky start to this match, he really has asserted himself. He may end up with the performance of the night. He was averaging 100. Andy Hamilton's made a mistake there. Or is the first dart in? It is in, sorry. Sorry, Andy.
98. Jensen, you require.
But he'll be feeling sorry for himself in a
32.
moment as Jensen Walker steps up with 3 darts in hand. He chose to leave this double. Give himself maximum opportunity, and that is a great win for Jensen Walker. Let's have a little roar of his own. Andy Hamilton bows out. It was a great, dramatic game. Walker celebrates to his fans. The respect for Andy Hamilton as well, who will not be winning again tonight like he did in the previous series. It's Walker who goes through to take on Simon Whitlock in the semi-finals. Look at those numbers as well. Under that pressure, both players north of 90. Walker almost at 100. Brilliant performance to seal a semi-final spot. He'll be back to play the Wizard in the first of our semi-finals. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D. Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Hello, welcome back to a supercharged evening here at the MODUS Super Series, where our semi-finals are now set. And one of the fancy contenders at the beginning of the evening, Andy Hamilton, is out. He lost in a deciding leg to Jensen Walker 4-3 before the break. We also saw the favourite for the night, Graham Hall, fall 2. He lost out to both Simon Whitlock and Adam Mould in his couple of matches. So he departs. The semi-finals will see Whitlock take on Walker and Hughes take on Mould. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is with me here in the studio. It's been quite the evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we have to begin with Simon Whitlock. He's into the semi-finals. He won both of his matches, but it wasn't easy running, was it, for the Wizard?
Looking back on it, he probably thinks it was a great deal of fun. But sometimes, in retrospect, when you say it was fun, it wasn't at the time. 3-0 up on Adam Mould, and you're thinking, this is pretty much ideal. But when Adam came back into the game, he needed to find something extra special, because he started with something special, didn't he? And at that point, you're thinking, Saturday night and Simon Whitlock go together like two wonderful things. But I think it might stand him in good stead that he's come through 2 games that weren't easy in the end. So his resilience has been tested, and twice he's come out the winner.
Graham Hall's been a little bit of a nemesis to him all week long. However, in the game that mattered most, Simon came out clutch, came with what he needed to.
We see it many times. Getting to Saturday is one thing. Eliminating a threat on a Saturday is a different thing. So tonight, Whitlock needed something very special, because early on, he was in trouble. He needed something magic. And out of the sleeve comes that tops checkout. And he was a different player after that.
Adam Mould was the other player to make it through Group 1. Got off to a slow start against Simon, pulled back some legs, and then got the better of Graham Hall by that particular score. And what will be your assessment of his evening so far?
Do you remember when you asked me a question about him earlier? Mm-hmm. I said he looked fairly relaxed. Now, he's thrown some shaky darts tonight. We've got to admit that. But he's handled the situation like a veteran. And when you've been coming here for 2 years, you are a bit of a Super Series veteran, so I'll give him full props. He hasn't won the group, but he's in the semis again. Well done.
Is he the type of player that we put under the radar way too often?
I think it depends on who he's playing against. Maybe in his group with Hall and with Whitlock, we didn't do so a great deal, but imagine if he's the most experienced reputation player in a group situation, we would do more so. I think he's flown under the radar a little bit tonight, but no longer. Now he wants to win 2 games and get that second weekly title.
In terms of the other group, JB Hughes, well, he's blitzed through that. He's dropped just 1 leg in his 2 matches. We asked 1 or 2 questions about Jamie as to where his form really is. But there's indications that as this week is going along, he really is moving in the right direction.
Yeah, but not very fast. That's the worry, isn't it? He hasn't played standard-wise that brilliantly in that group, but has still only lost 1 leg. So people haven't played well against him, and he hasn't needed to find that next gear. Now he will need to find that next gear, you feel. So it'll be interesting to see if he does. And the other 2 people in the group, in Andy and Jensen, when they came up against each other, that U word, isn't it? Urgency. As soon as the urgency was needed, that's what gave us that match.
How much credit do you have to give Jensen Walker in that match against Andy? Because it wasn't an easy game to play in. There was stakes that were on it, and the game wasn't the most comfortable game that you're ever going to play him. But for somebody so young, he acted at times like somebody way beyond his. I know it's something we say a lot about Jensen, but he could have folded very easily in that game, but he kept it together.
Well, let's be frank. The last time he was here, he did fold. He didn't there. So he's learned from it, hasn't he? So mature, absolutely. That game had a disruption. It had someone who's been in a Premier League semi-final, a world final, and numerous other massive matches around the world. And he had Andy Hamilton pushing the accelerator to the very, very nth degree. And Jensen was still better than Andy in the last leg. That was a very special last leg.
As far as Andy's concerned, would he feel like for all the gains he made this week that he kind of made them or let them slip on this Saturday night?
I don't know. I just think he got off to a slow start. I don't think that playing until 2 o'clock in the morning helped. Being over the age of 50 and having, a 15-hour turnaround from going to bed to actually being back on the hockey again, that's not ideal in any sport. So Andy won't come out with an excuse. He won't say that was why he didn't get through this group. But it wasn't ideal. And maybe the other people in the group were able to figure it out better than he was.
And interest as well, because Jensen Walker is the runner-up in Group 2, he has to come straight back on the hockey against Simon Whitlock. We can have a look at the results, and we can have a look at the order of play for the semi-finals. Whitlock takes on Walker, Hughes takes on Mole. Because of the things that we just mentioned, we don't want to make a massive point of it. The fact that he's coming off and coming on again, is this the most crucial split over matches he may have had in his career? Because he's got to try and put everything to the back of his mind and play a massive semi-final against a massive name in Simon Whitlock.
Well, I said in the game with Chris Murphy during that 6th game of the night, you can envisage this in your own mind. Some people have said that when you're on a practice green and you've got a 3-footer with a couple of balls, you think this is for the Masters. Or when you're playing as a kid on the dartboard in your bedroom, okay, I'm imagining I'm playing Simon Whitlock or Andy Hamilton. Well, here's the thing, it's actually happening now. And it's a question of how he handles the situation in his own mind when it's a reality. And this is the stuff of dreams. But the dream is not to take part, it's to actually beat them.
You've played idols during your playing career. How hard is it to play against them? And I can imagine in the back of your mind you're thinking, right, just put it to the back of your mind. But how hard in practice is it?
It's actually not that hard. I can say that from my own personal standpoint. When I first played Dennis Priestley, I thought I would buckle. I didn't. I just thought, you know what, the pressure's on you. And the pressure is on Whitlock against Jensen Walker. He thrived in a situation against a very tough opponent in Andy just now. He will feel like he can take him out.
And just very quickly, a word on our second semi-final.
Hughes is going to have to play better for me. I have Adam as a slight favourite, and I think he makes the final.
Nico, thank you. We'll see you in the commentary box in a few moments' time. Right, it's time for the semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we kick off with a meeting between Simon Whitlock and Jensen Walker. It's a star of the World Seniors next month at the Circus Tavern against a player who was runner-up in the Boys World Championship just last month.
But Simon Whitlock finally gets the better of Graham Hall. Give himself maximum opportunity, and that is a great win for Jensen Walker. Let's have a little roar of his own.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to introduce the semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage, he's a former WDF Boys World #1, Jensen Walker, and a former European champion, the Wizard, Simon Whitlock.
Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the floor. What they gonna say now? We came along from last place, bottom to top of the fast pace. Out of this surf, I get touchdown. I take a loss, get it back 8. I'm in the gym putting numbers up. You're never there, you got bad traits. Never excuses or cover-ups. Learn from the losses and bad.
Well, Jensen Walker is a young man that takes everything in his stride, and he's looking to stride a place into the final here, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Simon Whitlock. He was the big name debutant at the beginning of the week. Had to survive some scares, but safely into the semi-finals. Who, though, is going to book their first spot, or the first spot, into the big match later on this evening. Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, on an evening of twists and turns and plenty of darting drama, it's difficult to call. Simon Whitlock's experience is unrivaled in this field. A 55-year-old taking on an 18-year-old talent. We've had teenage talents dominate at the Super Series before, one in particular that now becomes the bar for everybody else to reach. Can Jensen Walker follow on from that fantastic performance when he averaged 99 and change against Andy Hamilton to beat him 4-3 and qualify at his expense, denying
Game on.
Whitlock the repeat of a Premier League semi-final? That's how high he has been. He was announced to the stage as a former European champion. He is, of course, a World Cup winner as well.
43.
And he has been doing a little bit of tungsten tinkering, Paul Nicholson.
I mentioned the white flights earlier, didn't I? He's played 2 games with the yellow ones. He hasn't lost. And now is the time to go back to the white ones that he's used predominantly this week.
And the dart just standing up a little bit more, which is what he's aiming for. Ironically, the second one knocked the first one, as I described it there. But that also shows, doesn't it, maybe a little bit of nous and a bit of confidence to do that, despite the fact he's won his first 2 games.
Yeah, don't be afraid to change. Or should I say, don't be afraid to evolve.
It's done the trick.
180.
He's got plenty of tricks left up his sleeve.
93.
He has been very consistent tonight, Simon. Averaged 89 in both of his games. 4 out of 13 in his first game on the doubles. 4 out of 9 in his second match, so he has improved in that department.
100.
And it looks like the scoring department has taken a bit of a hit as well right here. A hit in the right direction.
And he won't mind double 19.
140. Simon, you require 38.
Can't find it, though.
30.
Nor double 8. So Walker with an opportunity here early on to break.
Just like a Scooby-Doo baddie. Wizard is saying, not one of those pesky kids.
62.
But it's not pesky enough.
Simon, you require
Jensen could not find the button. And now Whitlock looking to take advantage. Quite often tonight it's been last start in hand. This time it's second out of a possible 3.
Simon Whitlock.
But all that Simon Whitlock will care about is he has the lead. And he's 3 legs
Second leg is Jensen
from a final on debut at the Super Series.
Game on.
Simon knows more about collision angles in this sport
58.
than anybody who's ever thrown a dart. That double 4 shot, a lot of people would have stayed where they were and said, that's a great angle. He improved it by going to the right-hand side. That's stuff that Darryl Gurney, Dimitri Vandenberg and the late, great Kyle Anderson used to do as well. But it was Whitlock that started doing it first.
And the change that he's made with the flights and stems as well is bearing fruit, isn't it? He was scared to stay on the treble 20 during the group stages because the darts were not sitting as he would have liked. In the second leg of this match, he's already hit 2 180s.
This is the kind of standard we got from Simon at the start of his first game tonight. But it definitely feels as if he's got more comfort up there.
50.
Well, that was a miss. He was going for treble 15 there. Single would have left 170. That's a very Australian
96.
move. You don't see that from a lot of players in Europe looking at the 15s when they're on 185.
So it is actually Walker who's first to a finish, albeit a big one.
57. Jensen, you require 164. $60.
Troubleless is
Simon,
good
you
news for
require
Whitlock.
118.
What's he going to do? 48 bull?
Well, that was the intention, having blocked the treble 20. Walker only leaving 104.
60.
With
Jensen,
that
you require
60, he could have been a
104.
bit smarter, couldn't he? And rounded it off for a 2-darter. And Whitlock will get the chance to double his
84.
lead.
Simon, you require 58.
Jensen is praying for a shot. Does he get one?
38.
Now he does.
Jensen, you
A
require
little bit careless,
20.
wasn't it?
Yeah, paid the price for missing the 18. Didn't get the second poke at it.
Game
And the second
shown
poke at double 10
second
gives
leg.
Jensen an equaliser.
Jensen Walker. Third leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
You have to give him full credit, Jensen Walker, for being here, for the way that he handled that match with Andy Hamilton in the heat of battle. High standard, but also
140.
really sensible, wasn't it, on that 170? To lay up and not go for the bull, to give himself the best
43.
opportunity of winning the match, which he duly did.
Game 14 on Thursday in Group C. Jensen Walker averaged 100 against James Hubbard.
140.
He won 4-2. It was a blistering game. That game against Hamilton was very similar. And he's still got lots in the tank.
180.
Unfortunately for him, a 180 only followed a score of 43. That's not going to match back-to-back
83.
140s, which is how Simon Whitlock started the leg. But a 140 here, and he's level.
140. Simon, you require 138.
Where next? Now, where would it be
98.
for Jensen? That was a bit low,
138.
that last one. Now he's on tops with 3 darts. And earlier in the night,
100. Simon, you
he
require
fluffed his lines on this one. He'll be hoping he doesn't do it again.
Also, Mr. Dart at tops in the previous leg could be 2-0 up right now. But
Game
the
shown the
second
third
dart,
leg.
which is what he should have had
Simon Whitlock.
in that previous leg, but for a missed big number,
For
goes in,
Verge Jensen
and
to
Whitlock
throw
goes
first.
back into the lead at
Game
2-1.
Age gaps like this, they make you wonder, don't they? What was Whitlock doing in darts when
134.
Jensen was born? 18 years ago, it was around 2007.
81.
Shortly after that, he was in a Lakeside final with Mark Webster.
Not long after that, he was in a PDC one with Phil Taylor.
93.
Had a great run, didn't he, at the World Championship? The turn of the 2010 decade final, and then backed it up with several
96.
quarters and semis.
Do you know where he went to in the world rankings after that World final in 2010?
93.
He went so far up the rankings in one tournament, people couldn't believe it. He went from nowhere to 18th.
Yeah, wow. Littler-esque.
140.
Got as high as third, didn't he, in the world ranking, Simon Whitlock?
96.
There's a great deal of great players who have never made their way to the summit of the world rankings, including James Wade, Adrian Lewis, Gary Anderson,
40.
and many more.
Jensen, you require 85.
But getting to the top 5 is something else. Double 9. That'll do. 2-2.
Fourth leg. Jensen
Good game,
Walker.
this. 15 dart
Fifth leg,
holder
it's
throw for
Simon to
Jensen
throw
Walker.
first. Game on.
Whitlock will be hoping for something similar in response.
Jensen might be saying to himself, in prep for games like this, what's the point in being scared? Because this is the kind of game I want to play.
99.
He's already played it in his own mind many times. That's how it works when you're growing up. You play on your dartboard when you get back from school and you think, I'm going to imagine this game is against Phil Taylor.
140.
I'm going to imagine this game is against Simon Whitlock.
135.
Playing your idols isn't actually that difficult. Because if you're the underdog, you play that card.
Pressure on them.
92.
Can Jensen put some pressure on Whitlock here? Great start. Follows it up.
140.
And he is first to a finish against the Whitlock darts.
Oh, he's propped it up.
121.
You can't believe that deflection on dart number 3. But now he gets a chance to get the 3-2 lead.
78.
But he was wanting more than 121 after that second dart. Propped that first dart up to open the 60 bed.
Double 5.
Game show on the 5th leg. Simon Whitlock.
Well, you used to have flights, didn't you? And
6th leg, it's Jensen to throw
on them they said cool under
Game
pressure.
on.
And that's certainly what Simon Whitlock is proving to be this evening.
I think he's enjoying this challenge.
96.
This is a great semi-final. I think Jensen is starting to understand how hard it is to break a top pro.
59.
Audience are absolutely captivated as well. If you've been watching all night, you would have seen they were told off a little bit for too much noise.
100.
Well, right now you could hear a bit of flies dandruff land on a carpet.
I'm sure Jensen's heard someone tell a bunch of people to be
48.
quiet about 2 years ago at school.
Simon Whitlock would love to get a breaker throw here.
58.
Avoid the drama of a last leg decider, having been in one already when he led 3-0 against Adam Mould. He managed to avoid it with a brilliant fight-back win against Graham Hall. A big visit just gives Jensen the jitters.
140.
There's another little step to the left to try and use the dart as a backboard.
96.
What's his target? I don't mean the treble 20. There's a number he wants to leave, and that number is 114. It might be better.
140.
Well, he's left.
Jensen, you've got 151.
The equation that Paul Nicholson prescribed. Is it going to be the tonic that takes Simon
58.
Whitlock to the
Simon, they
final?
require 114.
He likes going south on this, usually. All about the 19s.
But Walker's got a choice to make here.
58.
Aggression,
Jensen, you've required
or does he go a
93.
little bit safer? Bullseye or 19s? It's the 19s. It's going to have to be double-double. Oh, it's not. Great attempt there. Thought he would go double-double.
Simon, you require
Found the treble,
56.
but couldn't find the bit. And was that the last dart he's thrown?
Double 4. For a second, I think everybody in here thought that hit double 13.
Jensen, you
But
require
that's 2 darts
60.
missed
for the final.
It really has been a drama-filled evening.
Game show on the 6th.
So no surprise
Jensen Walker.
that this first semi-final goes a distance. Jensen Walker
7th
offers
and final leg. It's Simon to throw
a fist
first.
bump there.
Game on.
Best wishes and respect. Can Whitlock hold one more time, or will Walker pinch it at the death?
85.
My word, he threw that third dart with some ferocity. He almost threw it through the dart.
139. $45.
He's got the darts. And now he's got a huge chance of going through 2 legends in one night with a game to go.
44.
An 18-year-old talent, a name to remember. But just when Whitlock faltered, Walker followed.
One thing's for sure, Team Walker right now, they can't even breathe right.
59.
They can't see straight. They will feel like they're in the twilight zone.
58.
Well, this is a number where if you get 2 treble 20s, you should go bull with the last dart.
Suddenly he's lost that range, hasn't he?
58.
What was happening at the right time in the group stage as it disappeared at the wrong time in the knockout stage.
100.
Jensen did have a few technical issues in a couple of his games yesterday, but boy, is he ironed those out.
Needs a treble. A treble to leave a finish.
He stayed down south because he didn't want to leave 155.
160.
It looks like the writing could be on the wall here for the Wizard as Jensen Walker produces a bit of magic of his own. A 4-3 win for the 18-year-old. And that will be a memorable victory for young Jensen Walker to take out Simon Whitlock, the great Simon Whitlock, with a 160 checkout. That's a souvenir in its own, but Walker still has work to do because he's first through to the final. He progresses at the expense of the Australian icon. Simon Whitlock bows out at the semi-final stages, but with an average of 94.31 and a match-winning 160 checkout, Walker wins through to take on either Jamie Hughes or Adam Mould, who will play in semi-final 2 after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there will not be a debut win for Simon Whitlock, because before the break, Jensen Walker booked his place in another final, getting the better of the Wizard by 4 legs to 3. He's had to do it the hard way this season. He lost his first match, but 2 4-3 wins against 2 established legends of the game in Andy Hamilton and Simon Whitlock sees him through to the final, and he will take on one of Jamie Hughes or Adam Mould. Mouldy now is the only former weekly winner left in the tournament, whilst with Jamie Hughes, he's looking to win on his debut. Owen Binks is going to bring the players onto the stage in a few moments' time for our second semi-final.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful double-double. Double 16 to stay alive at the Super Series finals night and to keep alive.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is now time to make the second set of semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage, he's a former weekly MODUS Super Series winner. It's Adam Mould, and he is a winner of a European Tour, Jamie Hughes.
So, to play Jensen Walker in the final, it's a meeting between Adam Mould and Jamie Hughes. It's the first time that this pair have met this week. And in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, one more match will determine who young Jensen Walker will play in the final of week 2 of Series 10. No Wizard after the magic came from Walker with that 160 checkout, seeing Simon off in the semis, and the victor of this will have the teenage talent on their hands. Well, amongst all the chaos, it's been a rather serene evening for Jamie Hughes. Got through to this semi-final with just 1 leg won against him. That was by Jensen Walker, the man he could face in the final. Adam Mould has been through as much drama as anybody this evening. He was 3-0 down in his first match to Simon Whitlock, got back to 3-3 before losing, was 3-0 up in his second match against Graham Hall, got back to 3-3 before winning, then had to wait to make sure that he went through. He did in the end, thanks to the Wizard. He's now gone, and Mould could be the one from that group to reach the final, and not many would have had that on their betting slip at the start of the night.
I thought there was a chance he could go under the radar a little bit, because we can't ignore the fact that he has won on this stage before. It's 2 years ago, though. He doesn't want us to say that anymore. He wants us to say, on Monday morning when we're back for week 3, Adam Mould won 2 days ago.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Does have that experience of winning here, as Paul mentioned. Also had a great week, didn't he, at the ADC Global Championship. But Jamie Hughes has taken to tonight's
45.
task like a duck to water. This has been pretty plain sailing for Jamie Hughes, and it's almost been unnoticed because everything else has been so dramatic, so chaotic, and so thrilling.
81.
I think tonight is starting to prove that averages, they mean very little. Hughes has averaged 84.5 and 82.5. He's lost 1 leg.
77.
Whitlock has averaged well above that 3 times. He's out. As for Adam,
140.
he's been through the middle a little bit tonight. He's played Whitlock. He's played Hall. Now he's playing Hughes. They've all had a PDC Tour card. 2 of them have won PDC titles. Can you imagine his confidence if he was to go through to the final to play someone who's never had a tour card and hasn't even played at the senior level yet.
Played the maximum number of legs tonight as well, Adam Mould.
140.
Jamie has hit that finish in the last 24 hours.
Jamie,
He'd love to do it again.
140.
The last time it was a 60 in the left corner, then the middle, and the double 10.
60.
This time he has to settle
Adam, you require
for a
120.
two-darter left, with Adam having a chance to take the first leg on Shanghai.
The perfect start. And that could be the perfect dart to work from. We could just see the flight was in the way. It looked a little flatter, didn't it, from the first camera angle. And now will Hughes do a Whitlock here? Or more conventional? More conventional, just as effective. Gets 2 darts at double. Did not like that one. Double 5.
75. Adam, you require 40.
Great chance. Didn't have the darts at the start of the match.
$30.
He doesn't quite have them yet, and you can see the frustration.
Jamie, you require 5.
From Adams following, as Yoza doesn't hesitate to get to the Oki for 5 points. He can get past that. It's going to have to be left-hand side.
1. Adam, you require 10.
Scruffy-ish start to the second semi when it's come to the outer ring.
Game
Mould,
shot the
though.
first leg. Adam
Well,
Mould.
breaks that mould and breaks the throw of Jamie Hughes.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And if you compare the averages tonight between these two players, Adam lost 4-3 to Whitlock with 91.5. And then won 4-3 against Graham Hall with almost 92. Adams played better tonight in what could be perceived as the tougher group. And he still came out of it.
137.
We're talking about a player that in Series 2 made the semi-finals of the Champions Night. We really can't forget about that. That was a night won by an Australian in Raymond Smith. Adam is not here to make up the numbers. Got to take him seriously. He's the ADC #1.
We'd love a return to Champions Week.
40.
But I have to say, when you look at the big names, players coming off the tour, players with glittering darting CVs, anyone who picked out Jensen Walker against Adam Mould in tonight's final deserves a big pat on the back if that is indeed how it pans out.
60. Jamie, you require 164.
I haven't come across anybody today who said that.
Jensen Walker, an exciting talent, 18 years of age. Do stay tuned to see if he can go all the way.
56.
Who would his opponent be? That is the next order of business here. Hughes is bidding to break straight back.
But he will do so with Adam on a finish now.
108.
And considering we've just seen from Jensen Walker the biggest finish of the week,
76.
we cannot be sure that miss won't go unpunished.
Yeah, it was a 160 to see off Simon Whitlock in a deciding leg. Adam Mould cannot go one better.
Jamie require 32.
Good thinking with the final dart, keeping his head about him just in case.
Game shot on the
But
second
the break
leg.
back is completed, and Hughes therefore regains control of this contest.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
Just a bit of a reset here. one of the flights and stem combinations. Obviously not prime. Should have been a mechanic. You see how quickly he did that? What is it about facial hair at the minute as well, Murph? All of these established players, none of them are clean shaven. Yoz has gone for the full beard. Scott Waits has done the same.
Scott Waits is rivaling Simon Whitlock these days, isn't he?
Yeah, Scott Waits is starting to look like Merlin. I think it's because razor blades are getting so expensive. Maybe if he wins tonight, he'll buy one.
Adam Moulds had a close shave already this evening. Could have been even closer. We were one leg away from a couple of legs away, weren't we, from a 9-dart shootout in that group. Graham Hall needed to beat Simon Whitlock 4-3.
100.
Been one of those nights, though, where you looked at the field, and you and Henry kind of alluded to it when you went through the betting at the start of the night. I think everybody really fancied it. Nobody really would have gone there thinking I'm a huge underdog here.
Where was Jensen Walker in the betting again? Very close to the bottom.
180. Adam, you require 48.
Is that just a wasted one?
Game shot
Turned out to be, but Hughes maybe got Mould thinking for a moment. Break, break, break here, 2-1.
Full flag, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
We have seen stories in the past where young stars have popped through and won weekly titles, if not more. What about Thomas Banks? In his semi-final, he took out Scott Mitchell. And then he would beat Conor Heenahan to get his first weekly title.
57.
This is fairly cagey.
58.
But you get the feeling that Adam is comfortable knowing that he has now got the throw in this match. Jamie's under pressure. He's had a difficult couple of days.
96.
First night, he didn't win his first couple of matches because his preparation wasn't ideal in getting to Portsmouth. He was better towards the end of that session. And then Friday,
87.
He got the job done. But if he was to win tonight, he would be well ahead of schedule. 25 for Jamie's going to be a real look at every facet
93.
of his career to see what he's got to do to move on. This is just the start for him.
Reminder, this is week 2 of the series. Alex Small winning last Saturday night, first through to Champions Week. It will be the winner of this, or Jensen Walker. James Hurrell, a man who's played on that stage before. Next week, we'll have another Australian player in action in Jeremy Fagg. In fact, the following week, there'll be another Aussie as well.
133.
Robert Thornton, Mike Warburton, also part of Group A from Monday morning, 9:30, live on Pluto TV.
140. Jamie require 122.
Well, many times I've heard a dart player say, give me a break, but they'll be thinking, give me a hold in this game. As Hughes looks to make it another one.
108.
The double deserts him.
Adam, you require
Earlier
61.
tonight, Whitlock had 63 and he went for 25. Told you there was no difference between 63 and 61.
43. Jamie, you require 14.
Who would be a darts fan watching someone close to you?
Is he not? Well, has he locked himself out a little bit here? 7-7.
Game
now I think, and I thought it at the time, that those two darts at 18 could prove to be the most important of the night.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Break for the 4th time in this semi-final, but Adam Mould had the chance there to lead 3-1.
$100.
If you watch the MODUS Super Series very regularly, and you have seen Mould play before, you will understand that he's fairly easy to read. He wears his emotions on his face
81.
a lot. But he tends to do that behind his opponent, which is very smart.
$60.
This is that portion of the week where you've got to go into autopilot.
60.
If you try too hard, you won't win. You've done all the practice. You've got the sharpness from the games you've already played. Got to just play. Almost like a ghost.
100.
Don't think, just play. You think about every situation, you get lost in your own
59.
thoughts. And the next thing you know, you lose.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. That expression of wearing his feelings on his face, you could see him there just
43.
muttering away, a lot of head shaking going on. And that's as he's approaching the hockey for his next throw.
There are ways of leaving a finish here. He knows it.
96.
Just keep pace. We've seen mistakes in this match already. But as this game progresses, those two
41.
misses at double 18 might be magnified.
Yeah, they've got near identical stats, both averaging 83, both 22% on the doubles, 2 out of 9. Both 180.
He's got to stay on the 60 here.
85. Jamie require 157.
A big one could change this game.
Stay there. That's worked out really well.
Adam, you require 120.
But this may have to go. We've been here before, first leg. Couldn't get past that dart that time.
80.
That was a better attempt.
Jamie
But
require
Hughes now to hold for what
24.
would be the first time in this game.
How good was that 133 from Hughes? That's good enough as
Game shown
well.
the fifth leg. Jamie Hughes.
His kingdom for a hold, and he now finally has it.
Sixth player gets Adam to throw first. Game on.
So Hughes within a leg of reaching the final on his Super Series debut.
60.
When you look at Group A with Hamilton and Hall and Whitlock, you look at the 12 players from the week. Is it fair to say that maybe Jamie Hughes is overlooked a little bit?
I think he maybe went under the radar purely on
91.
finishing position last night. And let's not forget, had he won that final match against Andy Hamilton, they would have flipped and he would have been first and Hamilton would have been third in Group B.
60.
Just maybe the league table lulled his rivals into a false sense of security this evening.
$140.
This is turning into a very experienced display. If you look at Jamie Hughes' career over the last 15 years, when has he ever lost his cool?
96.
When he's played well, he hasn't. When he's played poorly, because he has at times, he still hasn't lost his cool. It may just be his biggest weapon.
100.
Well, we did see the last semi-final won with a 160.
Come on now, Murph. I think you're asking for too much now.
Can Jamie Hughes book his place in the
100.
final
Jamie require 107.
with the maximum checkout? He doesn't even have to. Mould hasn't left to finish. They'd be down for a couple of treble 19s.
64.
Now make of that what you will. I'm not sold on that third dot.
Yeah, don't really see any benefit. Of course, had he been...
Adam, you've got to stay on the 20s here. Try and leave 144 at worst.
There was a couple of single 20s, maybe you can see some kind of benefit if you've blocked the target. But 106, mentioned it earlier, it's one of those really awkward finishes. First dart has to be perfect, and it is perfect. 14 for double 16.
74.
Clips the wire.
Well, the reason I think he should have gone for 20s,
145.
if he'd left 144, he's hit one on this stage for a 9-darter. Could have massaged an old memory, maybe. But it's Hughes
65.
trying to give him a nightmare on Saturday night.
32.
Yeah, Mould now can only pray, can only hope, can only watch.
No score.
Now, suddenly it's back in his hands.
80.
Where have we seen this before? It was Whitlock against Hall in Game 5 of the night. Double top has robbed him twice. Not this time. He's still alive.
Adam Mould.
It is still on. For Adam Mould, Mr. ADC,
to throw first.
and the king of
Game on.
amateur darts, defeat the former Euro Tour winner.
This is the 5th time we've gone the distance tonight. Maybe a sign of just how tight things really are in this group of players.
43.
How do you respond after missing 4 darts to progress? Very hard to do.
$45.
Now he's wearing his emotions where his opponent can see them.
$100.
Tons are good in these situations. This is better than a ton.
180.
Full focus as this game turned around. Or will Hughes hit back?
Oh, that
83.
deflection, my word. That means we're pretty much all square. But Mould is a turn ahead. He is cranking up the pressure on Hughes with unbelievable stuff.
180.
Where has it come from? Behold the wonder of Mould. And nothing Hughes can do from here on in.
Adam
Mould
96.
has found something. Does he find himself in the final?
The thing is, you can't
56.
blame Jamie Hughes in this situation. Last leg deciders in best of 7 are edgy affairs, more often than not. All he could do was sit and watch as his opponent hits 2 back-to-back 180 scores, and now he's got 3 darts in hand at a clear tops.
No score.
Decides to give himself that chance again. Not often in darts that you can take them back and begin again, but that's what Mould was able to do because of those 2 180s in this leg.
Yeah, you could call that a Mould mulligan.
58. Adam, you require 40.
Well, they've tried tonight, haven't they? But Mould cannot be removed. Adam Mould through to a final once again on the Super Series stage. A 4-3 victory at the expense of former PDC star Jamie Hughes. And he'll take on Jensen Walker, who got a 4-3 victory at the expense of former PDC star Simon Whitlock. It's going to be the 18-year-old talent Walker against a magnificent mould in the final of the second week of action here in Series 10 of the MODUS Super Series, and it is coming up very, very shortly indeed.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final is now set. And before the break, we saw Adam Mole get the better of Jamie Hughes in the last leg decider. That was after Yoza missed match starts, and he is going to take on Jensen Walker, who got the better of Simon Whitlock in the first semi-final of the evening. This is what we have seen so far. 5 of the 8 matches that we have watched this evening have gone the distance, including both of the semis. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me here on stage. He's watched every single dart over the course of the evening. It's felt tense at times out here. It's felt as if the players know what is at stake over the course of the night.
Yeah, I think we're at the start of 2025 and people want to start on the right foot, don't they? We've had legendary players through the door tonight and they want to impose themselves from the off. But we've got 2 players in the final tonight who they've played great darts over the course of the last few days. And I suppose Group C did have a big impact on weekly finals in 2024. Adam's come from Group C and obviously so has Jensen. So Group C is having a big C again.
Jensen got the better of Simon Whitlock. He's definitely been pushed all the way, hasn't he, this evening? He lost his first match of the night, 1-4-3 in his final group game against Andy Hamilton. And despite everything that Simon Whitlock threw at him in that semi-final, he just found an extra gear at the crucial moments. A really good performance from him.
I'm not saying this just because it's only happened in the last 30 minutes, but that's the best I've ever seen him play. He may have played statistically better than that, but under the pressure and who he was playing against, that is a big win for his career and for his progression. After everything he's been through over the last couple of months, not succeeding here in a Group C situation, not succeeding at Lakeside, that means that Jensen has moved on and he's ready to get better.
What in particular did he do right in that match against Simon? Because, as I mentioned, Simon pushed him to the hill. It wasn't as if Simon was off it one bit.
I don't necessarily think it was anything to do with technique. I think it was the stuff between the ears. He played the game to a perfect degree mentally. And I need to check if he's 18, because the way he was able to play against a legendary player and to suck up everything that he was hitting, that Simon was hitting against him, that was a very impressive mental performance. And I think he's starting to learn that what you do in game is you keep your cool, and at the end, if you win, you let it out.
And that 160, I think that amplifies everything that you said in terms of his mental fortitude. We can have a look at it now. To do this in the last second, so I know Simon's not on a finish, but to keep your nerve like that, and then afterwards shakes the hand, lets what he needs to let out.
Yeah, I think this is experience at a very young age. It just goes to show that the junior system works, because they're being put in these pressure situations and they're doing things that we could have only dreamed of at that age, maybe 20 years ago. So fair play, young man. Look at what you've just done. You've taken out Andy Hamilton, you've taken out Simon Whitlock, and there's somebody else in your way now.
How will Simon Whitlock reflect upon this week? I can imagine he had real ambitions of going on and winning this week and going through the Champions League. How do you think in the cold light of day he'll reflect upon things?
I think he'll be very philosophical about it. On Monday morning we spoke to him and he said, I need to make a new dart so I'm 100% comfortable. He's made a couple of tweaks this week with flight and stem combinations. He's still trying to figure things out. So don't grade Simon fully on what's happened this week. Give him a full year of what he wants to do and see where he is at the end of the year. But a really good start to the year, in my opinion.
Let's talk about the second semi-final. Adam Mould up against Jamie Hughes. Always disappointing for Jamie, particularly the way he started the night. Missed those match starts, but you've got to give credit to Adam Mould. We've said this about him for a long time now. He's the type of player that will fight for absolutely everything, will never give up in a game, and when he's given an opportunity, he will grasp it.
You don't get to where he's been in the last couple of years without playing a lot of tournaments, getting thousands upon thousands of reps, and not knowing your own game. We spoke at the top of the program. I said Adam is someone that we should definitely look at, because there's pressure on most of the other people. And you look at Andy Hamilton, you look at Whitlock, you look at Hughes, their reputations, they came through the door and they've played good stuff at times, but they're not here. Adam is still here, he's doing good enough. And the last leg, 2 180s in that kind of situation, that's one of the best things I've seen him do in this room.
Is he playing with freedom, despite the high ranking he has in the ADC, despite the fact he keeps achieving things? It feels like he's not spoken in the same circle as others. Is he just playing with a free will nature, and that's maybe why he's getting some of the success, because there's not the pressure on his shoulders?
Maybe there was in the first 3 games of the night, considering who was in his group. He had Whitlock, he had Hall, pressure was on those guys. Maybe the pressure was on Yoza. Pressure's on Adam now.
In terms of the final then, there's such an interesting dynamic, because Jensen and Adam played in Group C, but also you look at their routes through the night, they were the 2 players that weren't fancied by the bookmakers before a dart was thrown. Jensen was written off at 13-2, Adam Mould was quite high up in the betting. If we're being realistically honest, a lot of people probably thought we'll be watching Simon Whitlock against Graham Hall right now, but you've got to give them both credit that they're the 2 that are here.
We said the odds were wrong at the start. It turns out this time we're right. Sometimes the odds compilers get it right by being wrong, but we thought that it looked a little skewed. As far as I'm concerned tonight, this is a win for darts. It's going to be a huge headline if Jensen goes on to win. Make no mistake, it will make the papers tomorrow. But if Adam wins and gets a second title, 2025 could be very, very good for him.
I want to talk about the dynamic of outsiders. Glenn Dalton was mentioning this last week, that it felt like this year so far, when you look at some of the players that have won things, it's felt like the year of the underdog. Kirsty Vinakainen was an outsider to win the Women's Week. Richie Howson beat a very heavy favourite in Steve Beaton to win the Legends League final. And even last week, everyone was talking about Adam Zavada, that it would be a simple cakewalk for him to win week 1. Alex Small went on to win that particular night. Are we getting to a point now where the established names that in the past would win here, win regularly, the bigger the name, maybe the bigger the jackpot for them, that actually that tier below that we know has got talent, we know has got ability, has now come to that level where they're on an equal par with the bigger beasts at this level?
Reputation only takes you so far. If you think about the amount of systems around the world, like the CDC, Dart Players Australia, Dart Players New Zealand, Asian Tour, they're all coming here. They're all congregating here. Just because you've got a reputation doesn't mean you're going to win. You've got to win on the dartboard, not on the internet, not with a social media profile. You win with what you throw. And we're seeing more people who can throw effectively than ever.
Well, we won't ask you who the outsiders are for next week, but 12 players in action in week 3, and it is bound to be a lineup with an international flavour.
The bullseye now for another 170, and that's the second one he's done today. For a 1-6-1 and a 4-0 victory there.
This would be an incredible way to win it. What a finish on Mike Warburton. 2-0 down he was in that game.
Beautiful dart, a beautiful marker.
And a big hammer blow.
Oh, we're being treated for 3-0 lead and the breaker throw. Oh, that's beautiful. The action indeed does get underway on Monday. Group A sees the Australian Jeremy Fagg make his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But Group B has got a very interesting name in Carl Snead. He won his first Challenge Tour title last month. Gary Morton from the United States is making his debut, and Spivey man, Sam Spivey, is making his return to the Live Lounge too. I want to talk about Carl because he had such a great weekend of the first round of Challenge Tour events. He was the type of player last year that we saw make a couple of appearances here, a lot of them were in Group C, was knocking on the door but couldn't quite get through. Then he won a Group A, got through to a Saturday, challenged there. He's the type of player that is just incrementally just going up through the levels at a real attainable basis.
Yeah, I think that's fair. He's starting to show the confidence that we've all thought that he might have. He's a very, very fierce player, throws it very hard, and now that he's got confidence, we refuse to let him go under the radar. We are days ahead of him joining us here at the Live Lounge, but he, for me, is one of the favourites next week. I'm looking forward to watching Gary Mawson. Known Gary for many, many years. He's been in a UK Open final and done many, many things over the course of his career, so there's going to be plenty of stories to tell next week. But there are plenty of other stories for week 3 as well.
Be careful because he is in the crowd and he can hear you. Jeremy Fagg's doing his homework ahead of his second appearance here on Monday. There he is there. I'm sure the last thing he wanted to see was his face on the screen there. In terms of his ability and what he can do next week, how would you assess his chances and how he could get along?
Yeah, I think Jeremy makes Saturday. I really do mean that. I'm not just saying that because he's from Australia. I think that playing the 5-day campaign potentially, I think what Jezza needs is reps. He's a workhorse, impossibly friendly guy, but when he goes up here, I think he's got a point to prove. I think because he's played here before, he's made the sacrifice to come all the way across the planet. He will not come here for nothing. We'll be seeing Jeremy here on Saturday next week.
Jeremy, no pressure next week. In terms of the final then, we can have a look at the running order in terms of tonight. Jensen Walker and Adam Mould, the final. We're going to see it in a couple of minutes' time. Where do you think the key difference could be? Because it feels like a final on paper where both players are so evenly matched.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's a question of whether the top level of their game turns up, because we've seen Adam Mould this week, and they've both played exceptionally well against James Hubbard, funnily enough, and that's where their best games were, apart from maybe what we've just seen from Jensen. But if their best games turn up, it might have to come down to that 7th leg, which seems to have plagued us all this week. And what we've learned from both Jensen and Adam tonight is that they can both turn up in leg 7. We could be in for a ridiculous game here.
And I suppose if it does go deep, it kind of be the story of the week where all the players have not really been separated by much. There's been fine margins, and in terms of the head-to-head between the pair, they've both had some really intriguing battles this week.
Yes, they have. So they will know each other's games really well, but it's a question of maybe who gets the first shot for the match. It's not a guarantee that that will yield victory. We saw it in the second semi-final with Yoza missing 4. So if you get a shot, make sure you attack it. Do not defend anymore because it's for the title.
Right, we better clear off because some players want to play a final on this stage. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it is going to be the final. Jensen Walker looking for his first title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Adam Mould won on his first week 2 years ago, and he's looking to kick off 2025 in the same vein he did 2023. The final is about to get underway. We'll be watching it in a few minutes' time here on Pluto TV. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Looks like the writing could be on the wall here for the Wizard as Jensen Walker. But Mould cannot be removed. Adam Mould through to a final.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to introduce the finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage is a former MODUS Super Series weekly winner, Moldy Adam Mold! And now please welcome his opponent. He is a former WDF Boys World #1, the Interceptor, Jensen Walker!
Baby girl love my vibe and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you.
So then, the battle lines have been drawn. Who is going to join Alex Small at Champions Week at the end of April? About to find out. Adam Mold looking to do so for a second time. Jensen Walker looking to make it through to Champions Week for the very first time. In commentary then, for the final, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
On a night when we've had iconic Arrows aces, players that have contested World Championship finals and the like, it is a couple of lesser-known stars that contest the final. No Simon Whitlock, no Andy Hamilton, not even a Jamie Hughes in sight. As Adam Mold and Jensen Walker, the 18-year-old, go toe-to-toe to win the second week
First leg,
in
it's
Series
Adam
10.
to throw first.
Lift that trophy.
Game on!
And crucially, book their spot at Champions Week alongside Alex Small. Both are here on merit. They've fought their way through this evening. Some big moments. Both of them with last leg
99.
decider victories in the semi-finals. Adam Mold has played every leg possible
50.
tonight. Last leg deciders in both his group games as well. I think we know what the scoreline is going to be in this final, Paul Nicholson. But who will come out on top?
Yeah, I absolutely
57.
think that it's going to be 4-3 as well. But Adam having the darts, is that a key thing? Or has somebody got the ability
180.
to press the accelerator and stay there and put their opponent under pressure from the off so that they can't be caught? Jensen starts
59.
very buoyantly.
And acceleration is quite a good topic for Jensen Walker this evening because he does seem to have got better and better as the night's gone on.
133.
He's not stopping.
We're going to see a teenage talent illuminate the Super Series stage.
60. Jensen, you require 138.
Teenagers have won weekly titles, not just Littler.
180.
Remember Sebastian Białecki?
Yeah, Bradley Roos picked up a title, didn't he, at 19?
19.
Bo Greaves?
90. Jensen, you require 20.
That bed's covered. This is the right angle. And you can see the difficulty. He just couldn't get past it. His dart's going so vertical.
36.
He was so in control of that leg, he's actually just looked at Adam Mold's score now. Just to check if he is on a finish or not. He is, but it was a big one and not one that's going to go.
What I said to Henry on the stage is very apt here.
96.
You have to attack your doubles.
Jensen, you
You
require
cannot
20.
be defensive. Don't feather them.
Game show on the first leg. Jensen Walker.
Well, the 18-year-old is in front. And
Second
talking
leg
of
is
teenage
Jensen to throw
talents,
first.
following
Game on.
tonight's live broadcast, Phil Taylor will be having an exclusive chat about
96.
Luke Littler. Worth watching from the Powers visit to the live lounge a couple of weeks ago.
85.
One thing's for sure, if you win tonight, you've got to plan ahead.
57.
You've got to look at the end of April and say, wow, I've got to go back to Portsmouth. And if there was anything that week that you said I was going to go to or play
59.
in case I didn't get through, that gets scrubbed. Because you want a chance at a lot of money.
The 21st of April Champions Week gets underway this time around. And if you are not completely au fait with how things work, the 12
58.
weekly winners get through and they are placed into the groups in a league table of their averages over the course of their winning weeks.
43.
I think Jensen Walker, if he wins, is going to be a shoo-in for Group A.
I guess time will tell. But you really need to be in the high 80s region if that's going to happen.
The finals night, 26th of April, or Champions Night, as we like to call it.
They're not going to be playing for that weekly trophy
96.
on the 26th of April. It'll be something glittering.
Yeah, there's a nice new one that will be revealed. There's also a nice gold medal to hang around the neck of the winner, a memento for players to take away something new for 2025. And 91.5 was the highest average in the last series. Tom Sykes.
42.
So you're about right.
Adam,
High
you require
80s probably gets
72.
you in Group A.
Great dart. Double 12.
Game shown the second leg.
Now we can see
Adam
great
Moult.
darts.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Immediate break back. He's showing some great steel here, is Adam. He didn't need much more proof than the 180s he hit in the last leg decider. He's got another one.
180.
Jamie Hughes is probably feeling very nauseated when those 6 treble 20s were being planted by Adam. But that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you train to do under pressure. When you've got the skill, you have to harness those skills when you feel uncomfortable. And he was able to do that in one of the biggest games he's played in a while.
It says a lot about Jamie Hughes that he has taken his seat in the audience. That's not him.
80.
And he was sat chatting to his friend James Hurrell, who came to support him this evening.
Nice to see Jeremy Fagg in the crowd as well, just getting a bit of a taste for Saturday night. He'll be hoping to be here in less than 7 days. His campaign will start on Monday morning.
Yeah, and yours should too. Set the alarm, 9:30 a.m. UK time. The action gets underway. We don't just have Saturday night arrows. We play all week. 8 sessions of darts live on Pluto TV every week for 50 weeks.
100. Adam, you require 36.
Is Jensen in trouble now?
Game
Because
shown
Adam
the
is starting to
third
cook.
leg. Adam Moult.
Well, Henry Deacon referenced it that this time of year, 2 years ago, Adam Mould got that title when he beat Ian Moss in the final. How much better a player is he now than he was then? Because the standard here is much higher than it was then.
Yeah, if we can be frank with that week that he won, that was around about the time where we were figuring out who was going to be invited to the MODUS Super Series then.
100.
Those weeks were perceived as a little weaker. This week is not, in any way, shape or form,
93.
not strong at all. He is a better player because of what he's been doing here and elsewhere. He's got lofty ambitions, but he's talking a good game, talking good, sustainable progression as well.
140.
A starring role in the ADC Global Championship, fittingly, because he is very much an ambassador for the amateur darts circuit.
45. Jensen,
Walker's found a way of hitting back, hasn't he, tonight? Is he hitting back again here? I was going for a treble 14 there. Would have left him double 16.
That'll do nicely.
120.
Well thought out.
$100. Jensen,
Just when you think Adam is taking this game by the scruff of the neck, Walker says, not so fast.
Jensen Walker.
Two players who we have seen produce
Fifth
little
against
surges,
Adams,
little
the
spells of a couple of
Jake.
legs over the course of the evening. 4-3 still looking good, isn't it?
$60.
When Adam won that final in Series 2, Week 9,
134.
he did win 4-3 against Moss. In fact, the last 3 Week 2 finals
60.
have all been 4-3. Conor Heenan against Andy Bolton in Series 7. Jim Long against
99.
Shane Hayward in Series 8. And Andreas Harrison against Mike Warburton in the previous series at the end of 2024.
There will be another player on next week's lineup.
And the only other time that a Week 2 has been won 4-3 was in Series 3. In a bit of a Super Series classic where it was Bates against Gates.
85.
Owen Bates going into his second year of a PDC
96.
tour card stint, and now joined by his good friend Cam Crabtree, of course, a former series runner-up here. Great young talent he is. Great young talent Jensen Walker is, but Adam Moulds applying pressure here. Walker will get a look at the 113, whatever happens.
There was an argument for Bull at that last start. 25 would have left 80. Now, he might be looking at the bullseye with the last start when he could have been looking at the outer ring.
And it looks like that will be the case. Didn't even entertain the treble.
60.
Can't locate the bullseye.
Jensen, you require 60.
Bull finishes have been at a premium this week. We've not seen many at all. That is a break of throw, and Jensen Walker is in full control now. Can he hold on to it for his first weekly title?
Sick flag, it's Jensen to throw first.
Well, on an evening when
Game on.
much of the talk was about the experienced aces, world finalists Hamilton and Whitlock, Jamie Hughes, a European Tour winner. Is it going to be
58.
a teenage dream lived out on the Super Series stage once again? Walker wants one more leg.
And if he gets that leg, you know what the narrative's going to be. He goes through 3 tour card holders, 2 Premier League players, 2 world finalists, and the ADC #1 to the title at the age of 18. Jensen winning tonight is a story.
100.
But it would be a story if Adam was to get back into this.
134.
It's proving very difficult because Jensen looks ready to win.
He's shown it all evening.
60.
It was a stuttering start. He lost 4-1 to Jamie Hughes in his opening match.
134.
But he bounced back with 4-3 wins over Messrs Hamilton and Whitlock. Wow. And here he is now, 79 points away from
40.
taking tonight's title.
Jensen, you require
This should be
79.
single 19, 20 and tops. Don't go for the treble. Just keep it simple.
Well, that'll do. And so will that.
And the Week 2 MODUS Super Series champion, Jensen Walker!
A teenage dream fulfilled on the MODUS Super Series stage as Jensen Walker wins Week 2 of Series 10 at the expense of Adam Mould, who he gives his full respect to and encourages the audience to do the same. They've been treated to a dramatic night of darts here at the Live Lounge. Mould cannot make it a double. Instead, it's a first for the 18-year-old talent, Jensen Walker. An average of 91, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, and that confident 79 conversion to win it. It's a 14 darter in the final leg, but the big story is that we once again have a teenage star lighting up the live lounge as Jensen Walker wins week 2 by beating Adam Mould 4-2.
Walker is a winner on the Super Series stage for the very first time. He's had to do it the hard way, that is for sure. He's had to win a few games for free. In fact, he lost his first match of the night 4-1 to Jamie Hughes. But look at the calibre of talent he has beaten. Andy Hamilton, Simon Whitlock, and now Adam Mould. Well, he's got the medal around his neck. It's now time for him to lift the trophy. And to do that, let's hand over to our MC, Owen Binks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the presentation. Would you please show your appreciation and support for the very first time? Here's the Week 2 MODUS Super Series winner, the Interceptor, Jensen Walker! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, it's the Interceptor, Jensen Walker!
There was a real mix of emotions there for Jensen Walker. You could see how much it meant to him lifting that trophy for the first time, but also a lot of respect for his opponent and those peers around him. What a moment it is for young Jensen Walker, 18 years of age, and he is a winner for the first time here at the Live Lounge. We're going to hear from Jensen in a few moments' time. More reaction from myself and Paul Nicholson too. Join us in a couple of minutes. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is what we have seen on Saturday night, and before the break, Jensen Walker picked up his first weekly title by getting the better of Adam Mould by 4 legs to 2 in the final. The Interceptor is a weekly champion for the very first time, and he joins myself and Paul Nicholson in the studio now. Jensen, many congratulations. We could see when you lifted that title a mixture of everything: pride, joy, relief. It felt like all the emotions came out in one there.
Yeah, it was. I don't really know how I'm feeling at the minute. I'm not sure. It's just a bit of shock because I felt like when I got that win against Andy Hamilton, I knew I was kind of setting the tone. To a degree, I suppose it might be shock. I'm not really sure, to be honest, because I've not really thought about it. It was just, yeah. I don't even know how I'm feeling. So I've got to be honest. Usually I can give you an answer, but I really don't know how I'm feeling at the moment. It's all right. I kind of go with the flow kind of person, so that's all right. It's all right. Nice to be coming back.
It's not bad, is it? One of these little things, is it?
No, it's all right. I know I'll wake up tomorrow and I'll go, wow, you've just won a week at the MODUS. But nothing's clicking in my head and saying, Jensen, you've just won a week at the MODUS. Do you know, it's just not thingy.
He's still in the zone, Henry. That's actually not a bad thing, because sometimes when you do great things, it takes a while for it to sink in because your brain, your body, your darting mentality is still thinking about doing the job. And that doesn't just switch off like that. It takes time.
Do you want to watch the moment back? The moment you won it?
I'd love to, Matt. I really would.
I'll tell you what, there's a monitor just down there.
Yeah.
Have a look at this and just tell us in your own words what was going through your head at that moment the top goes.
I've got to be honest. In my head, all I'm thinking is he's not left to finish. Try and leave 16 at all costs. If I hit the single 13 now, I won't go 16 bull. I was going big 18, big 16 to leave 32. I won't leave my comfort zone at the end of the day. But yeah, it was just a weird one. Obviously, all through the night, going from my head, it's been a case of you're playing with players like Whitlock, Hamilton, Hughes, who have been endorsed in that Pro Tour system. They're from a different world to what me and Adam are from. It's just totally different. So to be able to compete, prove to myself I can compete with them on a big night with a crowd under high amounts of pressure. It's a big confidence boost, really, to be honest.
Just to give you a little bit of a warning, this is going to be quite a big story because you've taken out Simon Whitlock, you've taken out Andy Hamilton, you've taken out the ADC #1. People are going to write about this, and you're probably going to get a lot of phone calls tomorrow, just to let you know.
Yeah, brilliant. I'm more happy with all that. At the end of the day, going into this week, and I think that's why I struggled in my middle 3 games on Friday, to be honest. I've always been the under-the-radar player. Probably the first 3 times I was at the MODUS, I was probably an under-the-radar player. And I felt I could accept that, and be happy with being under the radar. I feel now, I've done what I've done on the youth tour. I've won things. And I think with that comes a level of expectation. And I'm in the process now of trying to deal with the expectation. This is a big part of helping me to deal with the expectation, because I know under high pressure, at new levels, when you're playing players like Simon Whitlock who've just come off the tour, that I can produce. And I know I can do it now. I know I can do it. So hopefully that side of things overcome. As a player,
you know the ability you've got, but do you have to sometimes do things to prove to yourself this is what I can achieve?
Yeah, I suppose to a degree, yeah. Yeah, I suppose to a degree. At the end of the day, I remember last time I lost 4-3 to Brian Mann. I was 3-0 up. I was trying to go in the mindset, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger at the end of the day. I wanted to come back. I wanted to prove a point. I wanted to make it known that I was coming back a stronger player. And I'd like to think I made that point.
I think he has. And I think what any young player watching this, or any player for that matter, whoever you are, wherever you are, if something knocks you down, because this young man has had a couple of things knock him down over the last couple of months. but look at what he's done in response. He never put his chin down this week. He remained stoic and focused and has prevailed. So if you walk around a darting venue saying, I've been beaten down, I got unlucky, it doesn't work. What he's done over the last few days, that works. Sticking to your task, being focused and doing the prep. That's why he's prevailed.
I remember I asked you a question when I spoke to you on Thursday about the disappointments of Lakeside, the disappointment of here last time. And I remember asking you about how do you deal with those disappointments? How do you move yourself forward? And the one thing that you said to me in that interview is, that's just in the past. It's not something I'm going to dwell on. You look like the type of character that whatever happens, whether it be good, whether it be bad, that's something that's just in the past. And all I'm going to look at is the next tournament, the next event, the next game.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I like to analyse everything I do. Whether I win 5-0 on the Challenge Tour or I lose 4-0 on the MODUS, regardless of what I do, I'm a big analyser. So, if I've won 5-0, where could I have worked on? Was my setups a bit rusty? There's always room for improvement. What's in the past is in the past. Can't let the past define the future, but you can use the past to shape your future. Sorry, that sounds really philosophical, doesn't it? But I feel like I've
got a young Paul Nicholson with me in the studio.
Honestly, you are so ahead of the game, Jensen. It's scary. But he's right. What he's saying is reminding me of Michael van Gerwen when he lost 2 World Youth Finals to Aaron Monk and to James Hubbard. That didn't define him because within 6 months he was World Grand Prix champion. So it's the same sort of stuff. You cannot affect the past unless you've got a DeLorean made by someone in 1985. The fact is you can affect the future though, and he's way ahead of the game.
Do you want to have a look at the moment you go and win the trophy? You go and lift it because
go on then.
Are these the moments as a player? Is this right? Everything I've worked for, this is what it's for. Those moments.
Yeah, well, it's just there's times as a dart player where things don't go well. You have a bad weekend, you have a bad couple of weekends, and you go, try again. The reality is, I said the other week I was talking to, it might have been Adam Mould actually. And I said, realistically, as a dart player, you feel personal success probably 20-30% of the time, if you're lucky. But when you get that success, it makes all your practice, all your prep, all your hard work worthwhile. It's just madness.
If you just look out the window here, down there, the family's still there. How important have they been on your journey? They're waving up to us now here in the studio. How important have they been on your journey?
Oh, look, they've been massive. Everyone at home, Super League, friends from Super League, friends from Monday night teams. They've all been messaging and stuff. And at the end of the day, my family have committed. The amount of times they've come down, went all across the country, went with me to international events and all stuff like that to follow me. At the end of the day, after I played my first youth event, me and my dad said to each other, this is total truth, we went, what can we do? Because at the time I qualified for the JDC Advanced Tour at the time. It was the first year they were doing it. And obviously, you've seen Leighton Bennett, Luke Littler, the big names, as it was. And me and my dad said to each other, look, we're not the complete article. We're nowhere near where we need to be. What can we do to try and give me the best chance of being as high up as possible on the youth tour? And we come to the conclusion we'll just travel. And that's what we did. And it's all been a project, and this is a big milestone in that project. And I've got all my family, all my sponsors, all my friends, everyone back at home to thank. It's a cliche thing to say, but I really do. I really am grateful for everything everyone's done for me. I'm grateful for the MODUS, for the invite. Everything comes into it. There's just so many. Don't really know.
Warwickshire strikes again. Mm-hmm. We spoke about it many times when people from certain places, when they succeed, we talk about the lineage, the people who have been there before. Warwickshire has had such a big part to play in domestic darts in this country. And there's now another generation to that, which is very exciting.
I'm going to let you into a little bit of a secret here, Jensen. Now, me and Paul have both been great admirers of you and what you've done here at the Super Series. And following the session yesterday, we had a little walk as we went off to go and have dinner between sessions. Obviously, we had a little conversation there. And I remember me and Paul, after we spoke to you, just picked up the conversation and we both said, we've encountered a lot of players of your age and your ability, and I think you concur with this, that I don't think I've met, if any, someone with the mindset, the maturity, and just the way they go about their game in terms of professionalism to the way that Jensen has done at his age.
He's more mature than a lot of pros on the circuit, and I'm not going to say who he's more mature than, but if more players were like this young man, then darts is in a fantastic place. And I echo the sentiments of the people who have raised him and sacrificed time and money to give him these opportunities. He's now taking them, but he has a responsibility on his own shoulders, and he's done it wonderfully and graciously as well. One of the first things he wanted to do when he won the trophy was pay homage to his opponent. That's classy.
Thank you, lads. I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
So, moving forward then, this is a great way to start 2025. We spoke a little bit the other day about what your goals and your ambitions are. You've achieved one of them by winning a week here. Between now and Champions Week, I know it's still quite early days, you've only just won the title, but what would you like to think to be the plan? Is it just going to tick over, just play as many tournaments? Because that seems to be your recipe for success.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think my next event, I think I'm going to Scottish Open in a couple of weeks, and then it's just carry on with the schedule as it comes, I'm trying not to change. I won't be changing too much, I'll be back to school on Monday. I try not to change anything. At the moment, it's working. It's up and down, but when it's working, it really is working. So I suppose keep plodding away. Keep plodding away.
I tell you what really makes me laugh inside. A young man goes back to school on a Monday morning. The teacher's standing next to the blackboard and says, "So what did everybody do this weekend?" Jensen puts up his hand and says, "Well, I beat a former world finalist in Simon Whitlock, former world finalist in Andy Hamilton. I beat the ADC #1, and I am now a MODUS Super Series champion." It doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'd also consider myself the best water drinker on the MODUS as well. I noticed that. The gentlest water drinker there is.
Nothing wrong with being careful.
I love that. I love that. Love it. I love the nickname. It's sticking.
I do want to show you a graphic that you'll really like. It's early days in Series 10, but you are the second name now into Champions Week alongside Alex Small. And this is potentially a role of honour that you could join at Champions Week. When you look at the likes of Whitehead, Smith, Little a couple of times, McEwen, Scott Taylor, Andreas, Marvin, of course, on tour, and Darius looking to defend it, you've now got a 1 in 12 chance of joining that cast list and winning your first major title.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? No, it's an unbelievable list of players. Every single one of them, they're Pro Tour players, aren't they? Really, they're Pro Tour players off the tour at the time. I'd love to, come back. I'm really, really looking forward to coming back, and hopefully I can make it, a good return.
On those names, I think the one that really sticks out for me is Marvin van Velsen.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the amount of progression that he made here before going to the Pro Tour very recently. That's very attainable for someone of Jensen's maturity and talent. So you look at what's possible over the course of an 18-month period. The thing is, it's about choice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
He can choose to be here for the next 20 years if he wants. But if there are other things that he wants to do, they're well within his grasp.
Finally, not just a good night for you, but a good day for your Coventry City, weren't they?
Oh, brilliant, mate. As I said to you a couple of days ago, didn't I? I said, Frank's at the wheel. Frank's still at the wheel. We're doing superbly. Gone from about one of the dodgiest defences in the league to one of the best defenders in the league. God knows what's happened. He's making bad players play well. Everything's just fitting into place for Coventry. Everything's fitting into place, full stop.
Still shipped 4 in, though, at Fratton Park. I've asked how we're going to leave it. Jensen, many congratulations. We'll see you at Champions Week. Thank you for popping up. Nico, always a pleasure to be in your company. We'll do it again next week. Right, that is just about it for us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. One teenage sensation, Jensen Walker, picks up the title, and after the break we're going to be talking about Luke Littler. Phil Taylor, in the second part of his Tungsten Talk series, will be talking about the rise of the new. That's coming up in a few moments' time here on Pluto TV. We're going to be back on Monday morning from 9:30, where Jeremy Fagg is going to make a return. Robert Thornton, Lee Cox, Carl Sneed are also going to be amongst the lineup. But as far as tonight is concerned, Jensen Walker was the big winner. The Interceptor beat the field to lift the jackpot, and he is going to be in Champions Week. From all of us here, thank you for watching. Bye for now.
That's an exquisite ratio. As he looks at tops. What a start!
That last darts in hand, delivered to the double. Jamie Hughes wants tops, hits tops, double 16 to stay alive. But it's worked out well for Jamie Hughes, whose Shanghai shot shoots him into the semis.
Oh, wow! What a time to do that!
But Simon Whitlock finally gets the better of Graham Hall. Give himself maximum opportunity, and that is a great win for Jensen Walker. Let's have a little more. Looks like the writing could be on the wall here for the Wizard, as Jensen Walker produces a bit of magic of his own. But mould cannot be removed.
Great dart, double 12.
Game shown the second leg.
Now we can see great darts.
Well, that'll do. And so will that.
And the Week 2 MODUS Super Series champion, Jensen Walker!
A teenage dream fulfilled.
The Interceptor, Jensen Walker!
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is amazing.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.